Thank you everyone for joining us today for this US DOE Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management and United States Energy Association Consensus Program Workshop, Eastern and Mid-Atlantic Regional Carbon Conversion Procurement Grant Workshop. This is the third in a series of 4 regional workshops that we've been hosting across the country. Starting at the end of August, and then we'll have our last workshop in Minneapolis on October 18th. My name is Alex Krauka. I am a consultant for the U.S. Energy Association's Consensus Program. I'm just going to start off by introducing those of you who aren't as familiar with USCA. USCA is a nonprofit, apolitical, non-lobbying organization founded in 1924. It is very much an kind of all of the above representative of the energy industry. So from fossils to renewables to nuclear to everything in between. As an association, it serves as a resource by convening energy stakeholders to share policy, scientific, and technological information to foster the advancement of the entire energy sector. USCA has projects worldwide that include building regulatory frameworks and sharing best practices to develop cleaner, more accessible, and efficient energy. The majority of USCA's work is actually funded through the U.S. Agency for International Development. We also have some work with the State Department and then, of course, with the Department of Energy. USCA's footprint is literally worldwide. I think the only continents that USA doesn't have work on are Antarctica and Australia. Not pictured here, but super important, especially in today's context. USA has a lot of work going on in Eastern Europe, especially Ukraine, Moldova right now. So just wanted to kind of give that a shout out because it's not pictured on this slide. The program that I work on is called the Consensus Program. It's a cooperative agreement with DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management that seeks to educate the public, policymakers, industry, and other stakeholders to build a consensus on the benefits of and requirements for carbon capture, utilization, sequestration, or carbon capture use and storage, as it's more colloquially known. As well as other carbon management technologies. So think methane emissions mitigation, sustainable and domestic development of rare earth elements, critical minerals, carbon dioxide removal. Most of what falls under the umbrella of the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, we support them on building a consensus on that work. We do this through a series of activities, including briefings, webinars, workshops such as the one that we're hosting today. We put out a series of reports and white papers throughout the year. And then we also have monthly news clips that we use to help keep our stakeholders informed. If you're not already on our mailing list, please feel free to email my colleague, Michelle Littlefield at mlittlefield@usca.org. She'll get you on that and will help keep you informed of what's going on in the industry. Just a quick disclaimer, acknowledgement. I'm not going to read through this whole slide, but it's up here for posterity. Just quick instructions and ground rules, and this is mostly for our virtual attendees. This meeting is being recorded. For the presentation portion of the day, we will make those recordings public. For the kind of discussion sections for the day, those will not be made public. We want to ensure that we get candid feedback from everyone who's participating today. However, we will only use the recording for the discussion sections for our note-taking purposes. We have a summary report that we produce for DOE following this workshop, and so please consider the discussion section to be more Chatham House rules like, where we won't be attributing comments. We want to make sure we get honest feedback from you all. And then for those who are online, please keep yourself muted and please keep your camera turned off. However, we will encourage the use of cameras during Q&A as well as the breakout and discussion sections. Exits and bathrooms. Women's bathroom is out here to my right, your left, and then take a right outside the door. Men's restroom is to my left, your right, and then take a left once you're out the door. Go straight down the hallways until you see the sign for the bathrooms. Exits are also in those same directions. A quick note about the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Again, I'm not going to read all of these bullets. However, I do want to emphasize that this effort is not part of a federal advisory committee. We cannot provide advice. We're not driving towards consensus. You can look at this workshop today as sort of a live request for information. We're here gathering information for DOE. They make no promises as to any actions they will take based on the information that's gleaned from today. So just noting that. We have a pretty packed agenda today. A couple changes from what was printed. We're going to start off with Amici Claros, who's the Carbon Conversion Program Manager at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Then we'll have remarks from Dr. Christy Veeder, Dr. Joe Stofa. Then we'll take a break. Then we'll have Dr. Aaron Fuller, after which point we'll go into our first discussion of the day. Then we will do lunch, which will be on our own. Unfortunately, through our cooperative agreement with DOE, we're not allowed to pay for food and beverage for our events. So we'll take an hour break for lunch. Then we'll go into Techno-Economic analysis from Samuel Henry at Netl, then a life cycle analysis from Michelle Cranach also at Netl. We'll go into our second discussion of the day, take a break, and then finish off with kind of regional highlights, opportunities, and challenges for carbon conversion, where we'll have Frederick Clark from the Urban Future Lab, Harry Clark, one of our hosts here at ORIC, Jose Rodriguez from Brookhaven National Laboratory, David Beach from the Connecticut Green Bank, and to finish us off will be Chris Netl from the Open Air Collective. So with that, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Amici Claros, who is joining us online. Amici, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and join the camera, we will stop our share. And if you want to share your screen, feel free.
Of course. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Let me see if I can get this to work. How's it looking?
We see your screen and you'll just want to put it in presentation mode.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Amici Claros. I am an acting division director for the Division of Carbon Dioxide Removal. We often say CDR and conversion, so CDR and C. That hasn't quite stuck, but maybe will help. And I will be doing this presentation. Sometimes Mark does this presentation, but it's to provide this overview of the importance of the broader work that the Office of Carbon Management is doing, and our increase in work in scope and in dollar signs that have been given to the office, and also the stakeholders that we're engaging in. So it shouldn't take the whole 20 minutes. I want to leave some time at the end for questions, obviously, but if anyone has questions in the chat, please drop them in throughout. And if you need any clarifying questions, I'm sure you can flag Alex down to stop me, but I definitely want to make sure that there's time at the end. One of the first things that we like to open with is the role of CCUS. So CCUS is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Often when we say utilization, what comes to mind is enhanced oil recovery. A lot of the work that we've done a lot of the work that's grown out of the department and out of this office is in fact a smaller view, a different type of view. It's also deemed conversion lately. So you'll see these different terminologies, but the smaller use of or utilization or conversion of CO2 is really to value-added chemicals or value-added products, pardon, which is the intent of this series of workshops. So what we have on this slide and what you see on the right is a special report on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and the role that CCUS plays on a decarbonized future. The special report came out in, I believe, 2020, and it really looked at scenarios and modeling of how CCUS could be deployed to achieve our net zero or our decarbonization targets globally. In nearly every scenario, CCUS was a key pillar to put the world on a path to net zero emissions. Not employing CCUS was virtually impossible, and in areas in which you don't use CCUS, the cost for decarbonization increases. CCUS is one of the most direct carbon management technologies for heavy industries and hard to decarbonize industries, right? So these are industries that you don't have a good alternative, whether it's maritime shipping or aviation, in which electrification isn't a great option, or you're looking at heavy industries such as cement and concrete, or cement in particular, which has process emissions. It directly produces CO2 during its production. Very hard to adjust. CCUS offers ways to decarbonize power industries, these hard to decarbonize heavy industries, and also is a great way to address the legacy emissions that are left in our atmosphere, right? Once we get to net zero, we have to work back to, we have to undo the decades of industrial emissions and anthropogenic emissions that have built up in the atmosphere. Really good paper. Highly recommend it. So what our office is doing is really focusing in on this carbon management. I believe in July, I get it wrong, over the last year, our office has a really big rebrand, and this rebrand is associated with a lot of a huge change in the scope of work we do. So previously we were the Office of Fossil Energy. We now added and carbon management. Joe says something that I think is really helpful. He says it's not carbon management for fossil energy. It is carbon management in itself. The carbon management is now looking at a suite of technologies, whether or not they're applicable to fossil energy. That's where our incumbent or our previous investments were. That's where a lot of our expertise is, and we're leveraging all of our, CCUS that was typically deployed on a coal stack. And now we're using that separation science, that built-in carbon management, carbon handling, and understanding carbon dioxide chemistry in general, and applying it to a whole suite of new technologies, one of which being carbon conversion into products, but also carbon dioxide removal, such as direct air capture. So within FECM, we've aligned our goals alongside this administration's goals for our economy and for our power sector. President Biden's goals are, hopefully this seems in line with other goals that you see coming out of different agencies and departments and also industry. But President Biden's goals are 50% reductions by 2030, a CO2 emissions free power sector by 2035, so net zero electrons and net zero emissions from the economy by no later than 2050. Again, a lot of those sectors, especially when you look at the economy broadly, will require CCUS to get those last, that last 10%, 20%, those hard to decarbonize emissions that come out of, say, agriculture, industry in particular, and even transportation. Within FECM, we added carbon management, but we also restructured our programs themselves and aligned them to our technology priority areas. So our technology priority areas are on the left. We have them listed from 1 through 7 and the associated office that they're in. The work that we do and that we're going to be talking about today is under that green bar, that top bar, the Office of Carbon Management. This is, where we've done a ton of R&D over the last 2.5 decades, and we're leaning into new areas now. So our priority area is still our point source capture, right? This was our deploying onto a power plant, but we're now looking at smaller sources of CO2, different concentrations of CO2, whether it's off of a cement plant, as mentioned before, urea or ammonia. We're looking at different sources of CO2 or ethanol as well. We're looking at a variety of point sources, which is great. Carbon dioxide removal is something that's really grown in the last, I'd say, 5 years. It's really targeting legacy emissions, so not point sources. Now this is everything that's in the atmosphere. We'll talk about conversion in great detail, and we also look at storage as well as transport and hydrogen production. 95% of the hydrogen that we produce today is through steam methane reforming. It's a fossil fuel based hydrogen source. So up until we're obviously green hydrogen or hydrogen that is made from water electrolysis is necessary in a decarbonized future. Decarbonizing the incumbent current production of hydrogen is also just as important. We also have resource sustainability. That's a new office that looks at methane and critical minerals. All of these are working towards enacting justice and supporting legacy communities, right? This is helping that economic transition, especially from fossil fuel-based extractive industries and towns into good paying jobs that help the economy, that help the environment, that are sustainable in nature. A lot of these themes are detailed out in the vision that we released. It's about 20 pages. It's not too long, and it really highlights how every single one of those program lines that I mentioned, 1 through 7, are working to hit those 3 pillars of advancing justice, labor, and engagement, working towards carbon management for deep decarbonization and advancing the technologies. Right, we've leaned really heavily into that last bullet. We've always advanced technologies, but we are changing our perspective of what the end goal is towards deep decarbonization, and advancing justice and labor is something that this administration has leaned into, and it has been a learning curve for us. So I'm very happy to have individuals like Christy and Holly help guide us, but our engagement with communities is something that we need to invest more in. Excuse me. All right, so this is, I mentioned that with our name change and our expansion of scope, we've also received an expansion of funds. I want to point out how the office is structured, or how a lot of the applied offices, like renewable energy or geothermal or fossil energy and carbon management, we get an annual appropriations from Congress. We get the set amount that we work with every year, and we put out our FOAs or our analysis pieces or work with the national labs. And that usually grows at a steady rate if we are doing good work. Steady rate, 5-10 million feels really good. That's what we view as good growth in the R&D programs, or these programs. Now we've hit actually 2 once in a generation. So I don't think it's once in a generation, 2 huge influxes of cash and momentum into the areas that we invest in. The first being the IIJA, but now called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the bill. It sounds a little weird. The bill gave us a ton of money, and it was an absolute catalyst across a variety of clean energy and carbon tech solutions. So what we have on this slide is just a pullout of all of the bill funds that were directed within the program. I'll draw your attention to a couple of the big highlights that people are excited about. One being carbon dioxide removal, the direct air capture hubs. So the DAC hubs, direct air capture, DAC, we use those interchangeably. So DAC hubs received 3.5 billion. And this is, up to 4 hubs that are really looking to capture like a monumental record-breaking amount of CO2, 1 million tons per year, which is much, much larger than what's being deployed right now. But we received lots of money to do it. It's still going to cost more, but this level of funding directly to the developers will help energize actual deployment rather than an incremental growth on the R&D scale. We also have the DAC technology prizes, so it's 100 million for commercial technology, 15 million for pre-commercial, breakthrough. We received money in to do feed studies, to do pilots, integrated pilots as well. If you look over to the carbon dioxide utilization and storage, you'll actually, oh my Lord, someone turned off the lights. I'm going to just turn off my camera. I'm going to keep going. Can you guys still hear me, Alex? Did I lose?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I guess someone must have thought I'm not in this office. And I don't know where the light switch is. What we're going to talk about. Oh, it's back. They must have heard me crying. Not a fan of the dark. The carbon utilization program is what we'll be talking about here, and that gave 310 million actually to the overall program, rather than a particular initiative, which will support obviously the procurement grants that we're hoping to develop. I'm just going to breeze through the next couple. Maybe you all have heard of OSED. So this is the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. Like I mentioned, these applied programs, what Office of Carbon Management does really works on developing technologies to a point. Demonstration is a whole nother beast. It requires a lot more funds on the level of the bill funding, and Bill also provided OSED a lot of money to really move things in a commercial way. Hydrogen hubs mirrors the DAC hubs, right? Except this time it's not direct air capture. They're trying to produce hydrogen, and gave them a record-breaking $8 billion. This is where the demonstrations and the large pilots are being housed, and we work hand in hand with OSED and FECM to move these large sums of money out into FOAs that you may have seen have dropped last week, and really get the money in the hands of the developers in a way that really facilitates a building of an industry rather than just a project. There's also a large amount of money given to the loan programs office as well. That's the CFIA to do more transportation, which is the crucial connection infrastructure between all the capture, utilization, conversion, and storage facilities that are coming online. The last thing I wanted to mention is IRA, Inflation Reduction Act. There were a lot of modifications. There were a lot of authorizations of money. So it gave DOE the right to have X amount of funds, but it didn't actually give the funds. But it also changed some really important tax credits, of which I want to highlight 45Q. 45Q, what you'll see in that middle column where it says old, was I believe the 2018 amendments of 45Q, where we had pretty high thresholds and pretty strict payment regimes for folks applying to get this tax credit. What you see in the new column, which is what I want to talk about more, is the modifications that were issued via IRA. I want to highlight here, we changed, or Congress, we collectively changed the payment structure, and now you're capable of getting direct pay. So this tax credit is available to a whole new suite of individuals, right? It doesn't matter if your tax liability, if you need to have a huge tax liability in order to monetize it. No, rather you can get direct pay. It changed, it provided a degree of consistency. It's now been enacted and been secured for at least 10 years, which is a huge amount of policy certainty in the future, right? You've seen with power, the ITC, PTC, wind, renewable credits, tax credits, where you can see a sharp decline in deployments if they think the tax credit is going to be phased out. So now we have a 10-year certainty window. We've changed the commence construction date, so you have a little bit longer now, much longer actually, to build And the thresholds, one of the hardest things to tackle, like you, to be able to even apply for the credit, have been lowered. You're looking at like DAC facilities that are 1,000 tons per year, much easier to achieve than 100,000. You're looking at EGUs, electricity generation units, that are much smaller to achieve. You're looking at other facilities such as in heavy industry being not 100,000, but rather 12,500, much more attainable to be able to monetize on the 45Q and therefore deploy CCUS or carbon management technologies. The other flip side is more people can apply and there is more money on the table, which really helps this premium that is associated with adding carbon management technologies into your facility. So if you take that CO2 and you put it underground, class 6 storage, saline, you can get upwards to $100 and $180 if your CO2 is coming from the atmosphere via direct air capture, and you can get 85 if it's coming from other sources such as point sources of heavy industry and power generation. If you're using that CO2, and in this case, making a value-added product or going to EOR, you are getting less money, $60 if it's a point source and $130 if it's coming from DAC. Nevertheless, it is still so much more than 35 and can change the economic business case for some deployments. And I think that's it. And I would like to leave some time for questions if there are, if I'm allowed, Alex.
You are certainly allowed, Amishi. But first, if we could just give Amishi a quick round of applause. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. For those online, feel free to type them in the chat or unmute yourself and ask the question. I did get a question from someone online about presentations. We will be posting copies of the presentations online on the event page at uscaevents.org. or sorry, usca.org/events. Just give us, until they should be up by the end of the week. And with that, I'm not seeing any questions for you, Amishi. So, we do have one. Here, let me just come pass you the mic real quick so those online can hear you.
So my question is basically, you said that there's a decent amount of money structured towards different parts of the bill. I was curious if you had a research opportunity for it. Where would I go to apply for a grant?
Yeah, that's being updated or being aware of all how the money is rolling out is a tough challenge. I'll give you that. We have a couple resources and I'll drop them in the chat. Or maybe I'll just verbally say them and you guys can, I don't know, I'll defer to Alex on how that should be shared. One of which is the NETL Bill Hub. You can Google it. NETL is the National Energy Technology Laboratory and executes a lot of the money that goes out the door. They have a hub where they will be putting all of the funding opportunities, all of the requests for information, the notice of intents that come out of FECM. And there's also a similar Bill Hub website at DOE. I also highly recommend, I hate to say this, the Fossil Energy and Carbon Management newsletter. We highlight not just the bill funding that comes out, but also our annual funding. And often what you'll see is things follow this growth. We'll ask for a request for information. That's a very direct input from stakeholders. This is kind of a living request for information. We're going around and trying to tap into stakeholders wherever they are, and we obtain the information. There's sometimes a notice of intent. So we will put out a notice of intent and be like, we plan on spending money in this general area. And that's kind of like a get ready. we're hoping to do something. And then we will put out a funding opportunity announcement. So that's a FOA. And those solicitations will be put out via like a government website, such as like Fed Connect is one, grants.gov is another, ERE exchange is like what renewables do. But those hub, those NETL or DOE hub websites are the best way to keep on top of those solicitations that have come out, because there will be a lot and it is very difficult to keep track of it all. Good question.
Amishi, this is Lei from
Mhm.
Pittsburgh. Hey, can you just explain a little bit more if the 45Q credit, tax credit can apply to DAC? Or, I mean, I just curious about a little bit more details about this 45Q tax credit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will say I am not a tax lawyer expert on this on 45Q, and it is I think a lot of lawyers have spent and invested a lot of time, and I would go to those sources for really detailed information. But high level DAC facilities can count. The threshold is lowered, so I theoretically more folks can apply. And when you're capturing that CO2, you still need to complete that life cycle in terms of, or complete that value chain of handing off that CO2 into one of the approved end uses, whether it's saline storage, which is regulated by Class 6 wells via EPA, conversion, which has an evaluation step actually from using a methodology that the conversion program actually created, which is done in conjunction with FECM and NETL and IRS. And for EOR, that would be Class 2 wells, I believe, for enhanced oil recovery. So that capture needs to be validated. And then also, in order to obtain the credit as a capture entity, you do need to have the handoff to one of those end sources that are regulated in their way as well. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Amishi. We have another question in the room for you.
Yeah, Amishi, have any of those notice of intent been issued yet, or have any of the grant proposals been issued, and where would you look to see what was it?
Yes. Again, I don't want to misstate the 3 or 4 that have been released, but actually last week, we had 3, or we had a handful drop. Drop as in like be released. We've also issued a few notice of intents that were a few months old now. But again, going to the NETL website, it's a really good layout of all the ones that have been released. Like for example, we did a really large notice of intent for the DAC hubs, large in the context of, is a large sum of money. But a few of the actual solicitations are live currently.
And then we have another question in the room.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Speaking of implementation for a moment of all of this, it's my understanding that there's going to be a need to engage with Treasury and IRS as to the specifics of, we'll say, rules and regs on how the various tax credits will be applied, some of the language around eligible technologies, what falls in to the application and implementation process. What can you explain about the coordination between your agencies, the timing of all of that, and what the order might be? We're hearing in industry that there's limited resources over there. There's been a lot of money sent over, but they haven't been able to hire staff yet. So if there's a dearth of staff and a whole lot of credits, and we have to do this in a certain order, what is your understanding of the process around that and the timing of all of that, how interested stakeholders can get engaged?
Yeah, well, that was multifaceted, to to say the least. And I think you hit on a lot of, I think, the challenges we are facing. We did receive a lot of funding, and we did not grow in terms of staff relative to that funding, or commensurate to it. So that human capacity space is, or challenge is real. Like I'm not gonna say that's not something we're struggling with. However, Congress did explicitly in a lot of their language call out the key entities that should be working together. Congressional mandated collaboration and coordination is one of the best ways to break the silos or the stovepipes that happen within agencies. The other is sometimes we rely on stakeholders to say, have you talked to this agency? They are doing something different. Actually, last week, I had someone connect this office with another department. Granted, we had been connected in other venues, but it was another thread that connected us that we were not aware of. So I do suggest that if you have an office that you regularly communicate with, it doesn't hurt to drop an email and say, are you aware of the work that this other agency is doing? Chances are they are, but if not, that connection via stakeholders that, look, especially on projects that look throughout the impacts of each agency is very helpful. And then in terms of like how we're continuing to work with agency to agency, in terms of carbon management, our communication has skyrocketed. There are interagency working groups, there's informal working groups. I'm talking to more people outside of DOE now than I ever have before. And the first step to being able to put anything, out in terms of changes or rules or guidances requires a lot of that communication. So I think that first step is being done, and we're learning from, and we are leaning on past experiences, right? Like for Class 6 regulations, DOE did a lot of research wells and helped inform and provide that technical advice and that guidance to EPA. And I think DOE is really leaning into providing that technical expertise in multiple facets to whether it's 45Q or whether it's, a new rule reached out or created in IRA or efforts created in bill. So I think that communication is key. As an interested stakeholder, I think offering up connections and values that you see to whichever agency or government official you engage with regularly is also very helpful. Does that hopefully answer at least some of the questions posed?
I think it does. Thank you, Amishi. We're gonna take one more question here, and then in the interest of time, move forward. I think this is also in the context of 45Q. What about aggregation of small distributed capture rather than just large ones?
Oh, I feel like I am not ready to answer that question because I don't have enough knowledge on it. So unfortunately, I would be deferring to tax lawyers. But I will say people do discuss the value of having aggregation, especially when you look at DAC and you look at concepts like hubs. But I can't speak to that adequately.
Fair enough. Thank you, Amishi. I think I've begun to hear that question more and more often, so I'm not surprised that it came up. And I think people are, or industry is aware of it, government is aware of it, and hopefully IRS will be able to address it sooner than later. With that, Amishi, thank you so much. If we could give her one more round of applause.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Next up, to discuss societal considerations and impacts, a topic that is incredibly important and thankfully is becoming more or gaining more and more spotlight. We have Dr. Christy Veeder, who's a senior advisor in the Office of Energy Jobs at the U.S. Department of Energy. let me just pull up these slides, make them full screen, and then I will pass the mic over.
Thank you, Alex. Hi, everybody. Just getting oriented here. Okay, terrific. Thank you for the chance to be with you here today. As Alex mentioned, my name is Christy Veeder. I'm a senior advisor in DOE's Office of Policy working on the Energy Jobs team. And, and I'm here to talk about FECM's Societal Considerations and Impacts Framework. This is a framework that the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management created to improve the processes and outcomes of the office's carbon management and utilization programs, as well as the many other programs that FECM is undertaking. It works with and supports the technical and economic aspects of the carbon conversion procurement grant program and FECM's work overall. The Societal Considerations and Impacts Framework has 4 components: diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, community and stakeholder engagement, the Justice 40 initiative, and quality jobs. And I'll spend some time talking about each of them in more detail as we go on. Before we get deeper into that, though, I also wanted to offer perspective on why we developed this framework to begin with. FECM wanted to create a formal structure for how we think about and actualize these concepts because of how much equity and justice are centered in the Biden-Harris administration's environmental and energy work. And since taking office, President Biden has instructed his administration to advance and integrate diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility into all of our policies and programs. The White House has also been clear in its support of the value of creating good jobs with equitable access for all workers and the free and fair choice to join a union. All of these things are foundational to DOE and FECM's work and to the administration overall. So the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, in support of these administration-wide values, created its own strategic vision, which Amishi mentioned just now, for how we're approaching diversity, accessibility, worker equity, and inclusive stakeholder engagement. And we're incorporating justice principles in all aspects of FECM's work, including meaningful outreach to communities, especially to disadvantaged communities, making sure that the benefits of projects are shared equitably, and working to remediate the harms that communities have experienced in the past, while also finding ways to create better projects going forward. This is work that we're really proud to be doing, and we want you to know how much we value your taking an interest in this with us. So over the next slides, I'll be talking about each of the 4 SEI components in greater detail, starting with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So one of the first things that President Biden did in office was issue the executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. This executive order states that the federal government should pursue a comprehensive approach to advancing equity for all, including people of color and others who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality. Each agency was directed to prioritize advancing DEIA, and that was a key factor in developing this component of the SEI framework. To look more closely at what each part of DEIA is about, diversity is about welcoming and engaging people from all backgrounds in creating a workforce that looks like all of America. Equity is about making sure people are treated fairly and impartially and taking steps to mitigate biases and barriers, making sure that there's parity in everybody's ability to advance in their careers. Inclusion focuses on creating an environment where everyone feels welcome, people feel supported, and that their skills are fully utilized. And accessibility is about creating programs and services that all people, including those with disabilities, can fully and independently use. The goal of all these different components and considerations is to be able to access the full benefits that a strong approach to DEIA has to offer. Things like having a more productive team because people feel valued and can take more ownership for the company's success as a result of that. Bringing more folks from underrepresented groups into STEM careers, which in turn can help more folks from diverse backgrounds follow in their footsteps. Also creating better designed projects because those projects were developed with input and support from the communities in which they're based. These are just some of the benefits that a proactive approach to DEIA can create, and I'm sure you can think of more things that could be added to this list as well. Many of you may have already started to take time to develop a comprehensive approach to DEIA. For those of you who may be at an earlier stage in the process, a good place to begin is to think about why you want to address these issues separate and apart from any funding requirements. What are the outcomes associated with DEIA that most strongly align with your organization's values? A next step can be to assess how you're approaching DEIA, the priorities for DEIA that you've identified, and figure out how you're performing in those areas and where there may be opportunity for improvement. Then figure out what goals it's going to take to get you there. We encourage use of the SMART goal setting framework, where SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. We find this to be a really effective tool for achieving these kinds of goals. And finally, designing the strategies that can make it all happen, and looping in your team members on this and giving them a chance to provide input throughout all of these steps is probably going to be very helpful in getting you where you want to go as well. Next, I'll spend some time talking about community and stakeholder engagement. So the ideas around DEIA, as you can imagine, are very closely connected to how we engage with communities and stakeholders. And acknowledging the importance of inclusion and accessibility leads to the question of how does the project that I'm interested in, how is it going to impact the folks in the community around it? And a lot of research has been done on the public perceptions of projects, particularly in the carbon management space. Some of the questions that regularly come up among stakeholders are things like, how can we have a say in what's going to happen here? Who's in charge? Can we trust the project developers to address any problems that might come up? What are the benefits going to be to our community? And does this project fit in with our way of life? Some of these kinds of questions might have a stronger relevance for larger demonstration and deployment projects, but it can be good to consider these questions as a starting point in any conversation about the role that community engagement can play in a project. Ultimately, of course, the goal is to be able to build trust and strengthen relationships with community stakeholders, and finding ways to maximize the benefits that a project or the growth of a company can mean for everyone, as opposed to facing challenges associated with community opposition. In the spirit of creating authentic dialogue, it's important to make sure we don't fall back on what we could think of as business as usual communications practices, where information typically flows in one direction, and the direct question of how will we be able to have a say in this doesn't usually really get addressed. So the things that you see in the column on the left are certainly good to do in general. The things in the column on the right are where the engagement piece really actually happens. And things like public presentations and holding open houses are great to do as well. They can be even better when they're accompanied by opportunities to hear from the folks who are attending those events too. I also wanted to include this graphic, which is called the Spectrum of Public Participation. It was created by the International Association for Public Participation, and it provides a really helpful breakdown of what meaningful stakeholder engagement can look like. You have in the left-hand column, one-way communication, and then over on the right is the kind of scenario where members of the public have a pretty significant say in final decisions. Getting all the way over to that right-hand column may not be possible in every situation or for every project, and that's certainly understandable. But this is a way of starting to reorient our thinking around what the possibilities can be in terms of how we engage with others. For thinking about what a general process can look like for stakeholder engagement, I've sketched out some basic steps on this slide. It can begin with taking a clear-eyed look at what social or environmental disparities exist among your stakeholders, and also between them and your organization. What are the issues that the community might feel concerned about or want to participate in? What you wind up learning from stakeholders may be different in some ways from what you anticipate in this brainstorming exercise, but this is definitely a good point to build on. The next step would be to start structuring processes and opportunities for meaningful engagement to take place along the lines of some of the examples that were listed on the previous slide. And then using those listening sessions, those one-on-one meetings, those open houses to learn about what the community is actually interested in, what are their concerns, what are their hopes for working with you. From there, you can start the process of evaluating the impacts and benefits that your work is really going to have on the community, and based on what you learn from them, and thinking about what the best opportunities are going to be to collaborate, maybe to course correct in some way if that's needed, to increase the trade-offs that you're going to have between the impacts and the benefits. New partnerships or training programs can be created. Things that can benefit both your company and the community. This is all about thinking about how we can increase the size of the pie rather than cutting it up into smaller or larger pieces. And then the final step is making it happen and actually putting into practice the results of your engagement, and creating ways to involve the community, ideally as directly as possible, in maintaining that involvement over time. Now I'll spend some time talking about the Justice 40 initiative. So figuring out how we simultaneously transform the energy system while also ensuring that it becomes more equitable and more just has been the underlying theme of all the things that we've covered up to this point. And I wanted to spend some more time talking specifically about the concepts of environmental justice and energy justice. The environmental justice movement grew out of the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s, and has a long and robust history of focusing on conventional environmental pollution and all the corresponding harms that that brings to people's health and livelihood. The concept of energy justice is similar, and fundamentally it's about ensuring that the benefits and burdens of energy systems are equitably distributed. Energy justice refers to the goal of achieving equity in both the social and economic participation in the energy system, while also remediating social and economic and health burdens on marginalized communities. And energy justice explicitly centers the concerns of frontline communities, the ones that have really borne the brunt of adverse environmental impacts in the United States, and making doing things to try to make energy more accessible, more affordable, certainly more clean and more democratically managed for all communities. So the Justice 40 initiative was established in Executive Order 14008, which was titled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. Justice 40 is a truly historic initiative in which every federal agency participates. It's foundational and really important in the way that it pairs the huge ambition of a nationwide transition to clean energy with strong equity outcomes. Energy justice is really the cornerstone of the Biden administration and requires that we recalibrate our energy system to ensure that the benefits and burdens of where we go with our energy landscape in the United States are more equitably spread out across all communities all across the country. This recalibration requires a transformative commitment to targeting disadvantaged communities for clean energy investments and also for new jobs and new businesses. So through Justice 40, President Biden made a commitment to communities across the country that 40% of the benefits of certain federal investments, including clean energy investments, would flow to disadvantaged communities. The executive order and additional guidance from the Office of Management and Budget provided the following explanation of what types of investments fall under J40, which you can see here. And importantly, covered programs include climate change, clean energy, and energy efficiency. And we're really proud that all of FECM's programs are covered by the Justice 40 initiative. At DOE, 8 policy priorities have been defined for DOE's Justice 40 work, and you can see them here. They focus on decreasing the harms and burdens to disadvantaged communities, or DACs, while also increasing access to clean energy technology, increasing access to low-cost capital, growing job pipelines, increasing business creation, energy resiliency. These are all the things that we're looking to achieve. There's a lot of information on this slide, but I wanted to include it for your reference because it provides more detail on how DOE developed its definition of a disadvantaged community. We developed the definition through an extensive amount of internal and external collaboration and engagement. And the definition of a DAC is based on 36 indicators that are collected at the census tract level. The 36 indicators fall into the 4 main categories that you see here. And much more detailed information is available on DOE's Justice 40 website for those of you who want to learn more. Now I'll spend some time talking about the 4th component of the SCI framework, which is quality jobs. So if you've had the chance to hear Secretary Granholm speak at any of her public events, chances are very good that you've heard her talk with enthusiasm about the importance of quality job creation. And making sure that Americans have good jobs is something that's been central to her work since her time as governor of Michigan. It's definitely a major part of her mission at the Department of Energy, and it's something that the whole agency stands very firmly behind her on. We're expecting a significant amount of the job creation that takes place through the build programs to have great opportunities for creating good jobs. And DOE is approaching how we're thinking about job creation more robustly than we ever have at any point in the past. Because so many build programs are going to be focused on strengthening US manufacturing, and many of them are also going to require large amounts of construction work, we're expecting that the majority of the jobs created through build projects in the coming years are going to be accessible to folks without a college degree. And we see these jobs as a huge opportunity for workers who are entering these sectors, as well as incumbent workers who are already in these fields and want to grow their skills, to have access to good training, in many cases, a combination of on-the-job training and targeted classroom instruction. This type of paired classroom instruction and hands-on experience is typified in registered apprenticeship programs. These are the main examples of ways in which workers can earn a wage while also receiving their training, which ultimately results in receiving a nationally recognized professional credential. We also want to do as much as we can to support job creation for disadvantaged and underrepresented workers who are also often workers of color, to create the workforce that looks like all of America that I spoke about earlier in the presentation. And we're doing all this by incorporating strong labor standards into our funding opportunities. What we're asking applicants to share with us are things like what kinds of health and safety standards do you plan to include in your job sites? We want to make sure that workers can do their job safely. Also, will you be providing predictable work schedules so that workers can take care of their lives outside of work, as well as, do their jobs well when they're on the job? We want to make sure that there are clear processes for dispute resolution so that when issues arise, there can be fair ways to work through them. And we're asking applicants to think about what kinds of workforce training they're going to be able to provide, who they may be partnering with to do that, what efforts can they make to recruit marginalized and historically underrepresented workers into those jobs. And also, and importantly, we're interested in hearing what employers are thinking about how they can provide competitive wages and benefits to their workers and offer workers a free and fair choice to join a union. All of these things are really important for attracting and retaining a skilled and trained workforce. We want to do everything we can to make sure that when public dollars are spent, that good jobs are being created in the process. We could spend a lot of time going into the question of what makes a job a good job in greater detail, but I wanted to provide this graphic. This is from a study about women's participation in manufacturing jobs, and it shows the pay disparity that women experience in a range of different careers. You can see the manufacturing sector is shown in red. And in that sector, women typically earn about 75% of what men earn. And there are similar racial pay equity gaps that exist as well. I think it's probably fair to say that a significant amount of this pay discrepancy that you see here results from occupational segregation, which describes the way in which women and disadvantaged workers often wind up in lower skill, lower paying jobs, administrative jobs. That's a much larger subject that we can discuss in detail at another time. But I mention all these things to give you a sense of the kinds of disparities that we're looking to address with how DOE projects and our bipartisan infrastructure law projects happen going forward. So to wrap up, we're really excited about your interest in the Carbon Conversion Procurement Grant Program. Please know how much I appreciate you taking the time to consider these SCI concepts that I've shared with you today. As dialogue around this program continues, I hope that you'll continue to think about these ideas in the context of your own businesses and projects. Our goal in creating the SCI framework is to enlarge the range of positive outcomes that can benefit everyone involved. Things like increasing the productivity and creativity of your workers, increasing worker retention, increasing buy-in among your team members, building pipelines for more workers, which is something we all benefit from, increasing opportunities for small, minority-owned and women-owned businesses, building a more diverse STEM community, and creating more resilient economies locally and regionally as a result of all these things put together. I'll wrap up there, but I wanted to include this slide, which shows where on the FECM webpage you can find more resources on all the topics that this presentation has covered. So please feel free to go there and explore when you have a moment. If you click on the resources button in that top set of menus across the top of the page, you'll see societal considerations and impacts, and there's a lot more detail on all of these ideas there. So that's everything I wanted to cover. Thank you very much for your time, and please feel free to reach out to me at any point with questions.
Thank you so much, Christy. Christy, I have a question for you. If you could go back a couple of slides to the chart with the pay disparity.
Mm-hmm.
On the far right, construction seems to be doing well when it comes to a lack of a pay gap between men and women. Do you know why that is? And if so, are there any lessons learned that can be applied to other industries?
That's a great question. I remember asking myself that question at some point in the past and neglected to go back to that study to find out. My initial thought is that it might have to do with more women in construction being business owners rather than construction workers. But I would have to take a look at the study and get back to you. But thank you for asking that. That's a really good question. And certainly having more women and people who normally might fall into jobs on the left-hand side of the x-axis of this graphic would be a great outcome.
And then there was a comment online that one of the reasons might be unions. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a very apropos point. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience or anyone online? Yep. Sorry, we're grabbing a mic real quick here. And then Mark Chandler, I see your hand is raised. So after this question, please feel free to follow up.
Hi, I had a question about, you mentioned the 40% goal from the executive order for federal fund benefits to go to disadvantaged communities. I was wondering, are there any frameworks in place for the allocation of how you're tracking the allocation of benefits to disadvantaged communities, specifically for carbon management projects? Is it based on the location of the project or, a lot about the workforce? I imagine it could be difficult to kind of localize greenhouse gas emission reductions from a specific project. So I was just curious about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are a wide range of different types of benefits that are considered for every program. So the range of benefits isn't defined solely by the technology. It can cover things, like other forms of pollution, other types of economic benefits, business creation, a whole range of things. So yeah, so I completely agree. Figuring out how the reduction in overall emissions would benefit disadvantaged communities would be pretty hard to do. But there are a lot more. There's a lot more detail on the Justice 40 web resources that DOE has that can explain that in greater detail.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Christy. Mark Chandler, I see your hand is raised and you are unmuted, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Veeder, great presentation. I'm with the Forest Service, and one of the things, I was just reading an article from the Environmental EJ magazine, Environmental Justice magazine, and it talks about pipelines coming through communities of color and being pressured to accept these pipelines because there's this trade-off. We won't get jobs if you don't accept the pipelines going through. Any thoughts on how we can prevent that or reduce that impact? I mean, yeah, great. I'm going to get a job, but at the same time, I'm going to have this pipeline, and then after the pipeline comes another pipeline and another pipeline, and transmission lines of any sort start coming through a neighborhood. And the end product is we as governmental agencies, federal agencies, we're authorizing storage without knowing that, yeah, this pipeline is coming through these neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, I think this question is at the forefront of a lot of people's minds right now, and it's there's no way around it. It's one of the toughest things that we're going to have to grapple with, I think, in the implementation of these many programs. One of the approaches that we're including in a lot of our funding opportunities is encouraging applicants to work with coalitions in their communities to develop community benefits agreements, good neighbor agreements, project labor agreements, which we're collectively terming workforce and community agreements, to allow for a unified coalition from the communities in which these projects are happening to form, where those groups come to an agreement, can come to an agreement among themselves about, what kinds of exchange of benefits would they like to negotiate with the project developer in return for community support. That can be a good way for the environmental justice community and folks that are more oriented with labor and workforce to be able to find that common ground where it can exist. Like having it be an either or choice between environmental impacts and job creation is definitely not the optimal way of approaching any project like the one you describe. Absolutely, the environmental impacts of these projects are real. So the hope, with community benefits agreements and good neighbor agreements is to find a way where there can be good environmental practices put in place from the beginning through agreement with these coalitions, locally and regionally. But I totally hear you. It's something that the agency is very alive to these challenges and wants to do as much as we can to support the creation of good projects that communities feel positive about.
Thank you. And again, great slide presentation. And I'll send you an email to request a copy of that.
Very kind of you, Mark. Please do.
I think you're the right person to ask about this, I hope. So the policy purpose behind much of the the infrastructure bill and the IRA is to spur private sector investment and to open up business pathways that will often take the form of new startup companies.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, much of the language calls for union jobs. Startup companies often don't immediately have union jobs in their workforce. Now, the precise language of the bill nicely articulates what the standard is for evaluating suitability for jobs around such things as apprenticeship programs and prevailing wages. To the extent that a startup company complies with that criteria with its workforce, is it well positioned to meet the requirements of union jobs, or is a union job a job that is within a bargaining unit such that a startup company that does not have a bargaining unit in its workforce is on the outside of this?
I will do my best to answer that question, not being part of the general counsel team at DOE. We cannot require any union jobs, but we do want to make sure that workers have a free and fair choice to join a union, and for workers to exercise the option of learning about possibility for union representation or any of those things is not being suppressed. We are also, my colleagues on the energy jobs team and other people who are working on these ideas across the agency are certainly aware and want to provide the optimal range of flexibility for applicants in terms of understanding that businesses of different sizes and at different stages in their life cycle will be better suited to engage with a union than others, certainly. Also, because the building trades are very effective at representing workers in the construction sector, we understand the difference between supporting organized labor on construction work, and that's very different from what worker voice and worker equity can look like in the production and manufacturing world. We are, the bottom line is that we want to make sure that the jobs that are created are good jobs. There's certainly no requirement that they be union jobs. If they're paying competitive wages and have competitive benefits packages, if they're worker health and safety committees, these are all things that can be very effective in attracting and retaining a skilled workforce.
I appreciate that, and thank you. I'm sure you can appreciate that, there is the language that comes out of the administration that says, these are the policy goals, and furthermore, we wish to create union jobs. But then within the funding opportunities, the language doesn't really say union jobs, it says prevailing wage and apprenticeship programs. So to the extent that we are only able in our early life to do so very much and cultivate the environment that you're describing and pay wages that are union-like, right? We hope to be able to position and aspire to applications successfully, doing all that we can, again, for a company that's kind of newly born. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those perspectives.
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting question. And thank you, Christy, for answering it. We'll end this session on that note. But yeah, I do want to acknowledge the Venn diagram of union jobs and startup jobs generally doesn't cross that much. And that's probably something that should be addressed here. And as soon as possible. So thank you for that. With that, if we could just give Christy one more round of applause. Our next speaker is Dr. Joe Stofa from the National Energy Technology Laboratory, where he's a technology manager, to discuss carbon conversion processes and technologies. With that, Joe, if you want to take the stage, and I will pull up your presentation.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hopefully I'm coming through okay. Let me know if not. But yeah, I just wanted to give an overview of the carbon conversion program today and share some wider thoughts. So first, I wanted to give just a brief one-slide introduction on National Energy Technology Laboratory. I'm an employee of NETL, as we call it. So it's one of 17 DOE national laboratories. The important distinction with NETL is that it's the government's only government-owned, government-operated lab. So all of the other 16 national labs are government-owned, contractor-operated, but about half of the workforce at NETL are federal employees. So there are a lot of inherently federal functions housed at NETL. So the ability to negotiate and award contracts, grants, and cooperative agreements. Myself as a technology manager, having some control in collaboration with Amici over program direction, the project management center that tries to ensure the awards proceed within scope, schedule, and budget. Those are all some inherently federal functions housed at NETL. And the vast majority of the work at NETL is fossil energy and carbon management related. So the overall goal of the lab is to be the nation's premier energy technology laboratory and deliver integrated solutions to enable transformation to a sustainable energy future. Okay, so missions, goals, and excuse me one second. Yeah, so The mission to advance carbon management through carbon conversion. Um, just give me 1 second here. Yeah, okay, excellent. Thanks. Yeah, so mission goals, drivers, and challenges, advancing carbon management through carbon conversion. We're trying to support research and development that can convert CO2 into products under the enacted program through the demonstration grant program that Amishi will discuss in a little bit more detail later. We'll try to demonstrate technologies at a slightly higher TRL scale. The drivers are, of course, United States carbon emissions around 4.7 gigatons and total global emissions around 36 gigatons. So the scale of the problem is hard to appreciate. It's hard to envision what a gigaton is. So that's one of the challenges. Another challenge we'll discuss is the challenge of qualifying economic viability and environmental impact. So it's relatively easy to evaluate the technical merit of an idea. We can have an experienced team of reviewers look at an idea and they can tell you, within a day whether or not it violates first principles or is violating any laws of thermodynamics. But the environmental and economic impact of technologies is much harder to qualify. So that's one of the challenges we face. There's also the challenge of rarely negative and free electricity prices. So we have seen inversions more often, but still you can't quite plan around negative electricity prices, especially with more storage coming online constantly. And the final challenge, this is our Elon Musk quote for the day: prototypes are easy, production is hard. So getting something to work once is, an important step and a necessary step. But getting it to work at scale while manufacturing it, while being better, cheaper, and faster than the incumbent, that's certainly a challenge. So the carbon conversion program, there are kind of 3 legs to the stool, so to speak, of that support the carbon conversion. One is biological uptake by algae and bioproducts. Another pathway we focus on is the catalytic pathway, which is conversion into fuels and chemicals. And then we also have a lot of work in mineralization, which is using CO2 and mineralization reactions for storage and production of products. I want to mention that within the carbon conversion program, the use of CO2 as a working fluid is specifically outside the scope of the program. So this would be carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery or carbon dioxide for supercritical CO2 power cycles. Those are the focus of other DOE programs. That's outside the scope of carbon conversion. On the right side, on the right side there, we have the budget within the recent years. So it is increasing significantly, and this is just the enacted budget. This does not include the BIL funds that will be discussed in a little bit more detail later. I guess the final thing I'll mention about the program is that the program is majorly supporting R&D type efforts and some smaller scale demonstrations, whereas the BIL work that you'll hear more about later is specific to demonstrations. So with R&D, that usually has the connotation of lower TRL, lower cost share, and demonstration is higher TRL, higher cost share. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the carbon utilization website. So we have a project map where you can see all of the projects that were within the portfolio. And we also have a link to the Lca guidance toolkit. So yeah, life cycle analysis guidance toolkit, just to provide information on how to go about performing LCAs. Okay, so I'll talk about the carbon conversion program within NETL and then through NETL. So within NETL, I had mentioned that NETL is government-owned, government-operated, and has a lot of inherently federal functions, but there's also a side referred to as the Research and Innovation Center that's more like a traditional national lab with respect to people and people running experiments in laboratories. So that's the R&D we refer to through the Research and Innovation Center. They're majorly focused on conversion of CO2 into fuels and chemicals, whether that's catalyst design, microwave reformation, reactive capture, a new area of focus within the program, and plasma and some additional conversion pathways. Within NETL, we also have the world-class life cycle analysis team through the Energy Systems and Analysis team under RIC. Yeah, vital to have the LCA to determine the economic or the environmental impact. They're very active in the global CO2 initiative, so there's always the question of LCA, of what's the proper comparison case, how do you properly count emissions, where do you start counting, where do you stop counting. So there are some harmonization efforts there to try to get everybody in broad agreement with regards to how to properly account under the LCA. And there's a lot of collaboration there across multiple offices and departments. And then we also have a energy process analysis team within NETL. So this is looking at the economic side of technologies. We know that all the successful technologies must add value. We'll go in detail a little bit later into some of the unknowns we tend to consider when we're thinking about how economic a technology will be in the future. And again, not as straightforward to qualify as technical viability. So the carbon conversion program through NETL, this is the extramural research that's funded through the enacted budget outside of NETL. So we have various funding mechanisms. That's field work proposals with other national labs. We have the funding opportunity announcements that were referred to earlier when you see FOA. That's a funding opportunity announcement. Those usually result in grants or cooperative agreements. The majority of them are cooperative agreements that are competitively awarded. And cooperative agreement just means that within that R&D, the federal government's substantially involved in the execution of the award. Then we also have several grant programs. Overall, pretty robust project portfolio, about 36 different projects across the mineralization, catalytic pathways, and biological uptake. One thing I wanted to mention with regards to the demonstration grant program is it's not exclusive to FECM and NETL funded R&D. So it's not like a walled garden where if somebody's participating in the demonstration grant program, they have to pick from technologies that we've specifically supported in the past. So I just wanted to make that distinction because there are a lot of differences between what we see in the enacted budget versus BIL. So I wanted to cover the 3 different pathways I had discussed earlier and give some example products of what might be produced under those 3 different pathways. So when we're talking about biological uptake, there's a lot of products, right? You can think about animal feeds from algae. You can think about nutraceuticals for human consumption, certainly algae for polymers as well as soil amendments. So when we think about some of the algae, that's almost like could be considered a precursor to peat. So you can think of that as a soil amendment. Then fuels from algae is also possible, but that is not something that's funded within the FECM carbon conversion program because algae to fuels is a specific mission of DOE-EURE's BETO. So the advantages and challenges to think about with biological uptake. The biggest advantages I see it is humans have, millennia of experience with agriculture. I also think it's a benefit that most of the algae work is possible with what I'd call catalog engineering. So, you look up the pieces and parts you need in the catalog and order them. It's not a lot of equipment that's at the cutting edge of some new process or technology. I think the biological processes are well suited to creating complex carbon molecules. So nature's pretty good at bonding carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So we can take advantage of that. The big disadvantage with the biological approaches is that it's relatively um, demanding on land area required to achieve gigaton scale. It's certainly possible when we look at the gigaton uptake of CO2 of all biomass on Earth. We know that biomass can certainly achieve gigaton scale, but there is a land use requirement for that. And it's always going to be kinetically slower than a high temperature, high pressure process. So some of the products that the R&D we support within the program is producing, we have algae for animal feed. We also have algae for different consumer products, animal feeds, food ingredients, proteins, oils for polymers. And on the right side is just kind of a lab scale demonstration of CO2 being bubbled through some solution for the growth of algae. Typically, when you see these implemented at the commercial scale, you may occasionally see some sort of column technology, but usually you'll see these open raceway ponds when viewed from above that are, maybe 1.5 or 2 feet deep that are just filled with water and growing algae. So carbon conversion by electrochemistry or the catalytic pathway, which could include electrochemistry as well as microwave plasma, other catalytic conversion pathways. So probably the widest range of products, Fischer tropes, if you can do it economically, you can make anything. Try to avoid that in most cases because in a lot of cases it isn't economical. So we're looking for other processing pathways, but production of fuels, polymers, C2 to C4 products, the methanols, the methanes, the solid carbons, et cetera. The advantages or the pathways to gigaton scale exist again with these pressure vessels at higher temperature and pressure. You're going to have very fast kinetics. You can synthesize almost any molecule, including those currently derived from fossil fuel. The challenges you have is that the value of products must outweigh the cost of your energy inputs. So in the case of the biological uptake, you're typically using sunlight. Those photons are free. In this case, you're either going to be adding energy through hydrogen or electricity. So whatever the final product is has to be valuable enough to outweigh those costs. And also another challenge is that some of the breakthroughs may require significant funding. So catalyst development, that always has to be very targeted because catalyst development can be kind of an infinite sink for funding. So it's important to keep it very targeted. Likewise, on the electrochemistry side, when you start getting into fuel cell design and materials, that can be quite extensive. So we try to keep those as targeted as we can to minimize those R&D costs. Some example products, we have a R&D agreement with Sky Nano where they're trying to make carbon nanomaterials from CO2. There's also a lot of work on CO2 to methanol and other C1, C2, C3 products. So lots of work in that space, probably the most numerous in the portfolio with regards to project count. So carbon conversion by mineralization. This is the final of the 3 pathways we had highlighted. So the range of products is generally more limited, but they tend to be high volume products. So we can think of cured concrete, such as what Carbon Built has done. We can think about synthetic aggregates. So, this could be aggregates for concrete, for clean fill type applications. It could also be the SCMs, the supplementary cementitious materials. Also suboxides, which are kind of, again, you could think of as a potential soil amendment. So CO2 to something like a peat precursor, as well as a range of other building materials. So the big advantage with mineralization is it's really the only pathway we have that can be energetically downhill. CO2 obviously is, not a very energetic molecule. But rocks are in fact, in many cases, less energetic than CO2. So some of those mineralization reactions can proceed on their own. Another big advantage is it can apply at gigaton scale. So we know how to mine and move material at gigaton scale. Again, also mostly enabled with catalog engineering and commercial off-the-shelf equipment. It also has the capability of addressing different waste streams. So when you look at something like produced water, I think the number is probably around something like 35 billion barrels per year in the US. And produced water can have something on the order of probably 40 grams per liter of calcium, sodium, excuse me, mostly also calcium and magnesium, but mostly sodium. But the point is there's a lot of waste streams out there that could be treated by mineralization. The challenge is that the products often have a low specific value. So if you're making concrete blocks, you probably can't afford to produce them in California and then move them to Connecticut. Some of the big accomplishments within the program, UCLA's carbon-built technology, we were the first in the federal government to support that, and they won the NRG COSIA X Prize probably about a little over a year ago. And then we also have some supplementary cementitious materials from University of Wisconsin-Madison there on the right. So I'll be done here soon, but I just wanted to discuss some of the necessity of TEA and LCA for an uncertain future. So I generally think of the future as falling into three different potential categories. So one viewpoint is that tomorrow will look a lot like today. This is probably best represented by things like EIA projections where, electricity prices kind of stay where they are. There continues to be a mix of all these different resources and there's abundant waste heat integration. So that's one possible future. Then there's the DOE Earthshot vision of we have inexpensive and abundant hydrogen, we get down to $1 per kilogram. That's obviously going to have huge implications for the catalytic pathway. Adding energy to the CO2 molecules becomes much less costly at that point. Also, then hydrogen would be a source of process heat, so you would have industry widely decarbonized, such as steel making, cement, and fertilizer, where there's currently a lot of fossil fuel combustion. And then the final viewpoint is what I kind of call the techno-cornucopian worldview, and this one's kind of signified, if you're all familiar with Tony Seba and that kind of viewpoint, that you're going to have $20 to $30 per megawatt hour electricity. Everything that can be electrified will be electrified. So those are the three different future energy scenarios as I see them. And the point of it is that LCA and TEA is necessary to understand how these different technologies look under a range of future scenarios. So I don't think of TEA or LCA as producing a single answer, but rather producing something that's more like an array. So it's not a scalar, it's an array. It's a surface of what these technologies look like in terms of emissions and economics, depending on how the next 10 years unfolds. So some high profile discussion items. The program is expanding. Interest is increasing even more quickly than funding. Certainly the amount of emails and calls I've received over the past year has exceeded, my expectations. So a lot of interest in the program. There's a lot of collaboration with multiple stakeholders. So, it's not just FECM, there's other DOE offices, other government departments, lots of NGO involvement. I'll mention that the program does support capabilities to test technologies at scale. So we regularly fund the National Carbon Capture Center. And that's basically a power plant with a CO2 capture slipstream where people who are ready to test at that scale can test at that scale. I wanted to also mention that we were the first US government funding source to support the UCLA carbon built technology. And they were one of 2 winners of the Energy COSIA X Prize over a year ago. Yeah, and generally supporting R&D across the multiple pathways. And, you know, TEA and LCA, they're vital, and we'll finish up, I guess, with a Yogi Berra quote since we're in New York City. So yeah, tough to make predictions, especially about the future. And yeah, that's the carbon conversion program. Be happy to answer any questions. Generally myself at NETL, you know, I'm more on the side of trying to determine program direction in collaboration with Amishi at HQ. Amishi is the best contact, you know, for questions that might be related to policy or questions that are related to Department of Energy's involvement with other areas within DOE, or especially other departments outside of energy. And with that, yeah, thanks for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. If we could give Joe a round of applause. I have a quick question for you. For, I think, the biological pathways, you mentioned large land requirements as kind of a downside, right? When it comes to comparing them to kind of incumbent, I don't know, technologies or methods of, let's say, producing animal feeds, through carbon conversion, does the land use requirement become less than the incumbent, or more, or no effect?
Yeah, I think that would be, that'd definitely be a question that required a full LCA. So yeah, that highlighting again the importance of some of these techniques. You know, I could see it maybe being separate in the sense that the land you use for the two might be different. So it might not be a one-to-one comparison. With your algae growth, you might have that sited somewhere where there's you know, not the soil conditions potentially for growing the feed conventionally. So they may be somewhat different in that respect.
Okay. And then kind of following up on that, there's a hypothetical here, because at the end of the day, I think this workshop is about procurement grants for state and local governments, public utilities. So ostensibly, New York Police Department, they have some horses and they need to feed those horses. Could they apply for a procurement grant to procure that animal feed for the horses?
Yeah, theoretically, we're still working through the details of how the utilization procurement grants will be implemented. So there will be some funding floors and funding ceilings. So assuming they, you know, required enough horse feed to meet the floor, then certainly. But thanks for that question, because that brings up something else I wanted to mention. So what I covered is the carbon conversion program through our annual enacted budget, which is supporting research and development. So these are agreements for support of research and development that typically require 20% cost share. So these are earlier TRL. With the BIL demonstration grants, the utilization procurement grants that you'll hear more about later, those are demonstration grants. So those will not be supporting R&D, those will be supporting demonstration. And as such, they'll, you know, have a higher cost share. Those will be a 50% cost share minimum. So there is a difference there between what we support within the enacted budget versus what we can support under BIL.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Any questions in the room or online? Not seeing any. If we could give Joe another round of applause. Oh, we did.
I think on the first slide, you were talking about the, sorry, if you just go back. Yes, that one. So you were talking about the conversion must be environmentally and economically attractive. So my question is, what if you have something that might not be economically profitable right now, but as the future years come, technology is going to be cheaper, like solar panels. What happens? Does the research opportunity have to wait till that moment arrives, or can you present it in a way where you can show the pathway going down and the opportunity being available right now?
Yeah, so great question. And I think with regards to commercialization, part of the one of the things the utilization procurement grants will assist with is hopefully moving people along the path of commercialization and giving them an early market where they can show revenue and hopefully then secure further financing. So from the perspective of somebody that has the technology to convert CO2, right, there's the utilization procurement grants, which will go to an eligible entity, but that eligible entity will have to buy that product from a carbon conversion manufacturer. So that's an incentive for them to buy that product. So that should help with early scale commercialization. And also, while what we're doing under utilization procurement grants is unrelated to 45Q, so you don't have to be approved for 45Q to be approved for the utilization procurement grants, but those things could have an additive nature. So there could be some credits there as well that would help in the early stage of commercialization. But yeah, I think generally that, when we're supporting these technologies, we're trying to support things that are clearly better, cheaper, and faster. If somebody's going to be investing their money in a new technology, it's going to have very high margins and high rates of returns, right? Because if somebody's supporting development of this technology, they probably have access to tens of millions, and they could put it in the S&P and probably expect like 7 to 10%. So we, know that they're going to need more than that when they invest in these. So yeah, it's going to have to be high margin and high growth.
When you're preparing the LCA, are you able to use projected information, or do you need to have actual data?
Yeah, I would have to defer to the LCA team and Michelle on that one, because I'm sure there is guidance there. So yeah, I wouldn't want to speak on that one too much.
Pass the mic back. Michelle.
Hi, this is Michelle. To answer your question, it very much depends on the application. For these sorts of FOA-based LCAs, where we use the main toolkit, typically these are done for as part of a larger experiment. So the PIs have been given a grant to do something like bring it from TRL1 to TRL3 and do bench scale stuff. And so we would want that bench scale information as part of that project. If you're just using those methods more generally to sort of project, you can absolutely project and should. There's a lot of different applications. So you'd want to tailor it to what you're trying to, the answer you're trying to get.
And then we have one more question on the line, and then we'll move into the break. For the utilization procurement grants, are you differentiating where the CO2 comes from? So the merchant market versus quote unquote recycled, that is trackable and verified for the emissions profile?
So I think, details are still being worked out, but the BIL language in the legislation, the only requirement specifically stated is that it must be anthropogenic CO2.
Great, thank you, Joe. So with that, if we could give Joe one more round of applause. We are a little bit behind, partially due to everyone's participation. So I appreciate all the questions and comments that are coming in. That's great, actually. So we had originally scheduled a 15-minute break at 10:30. We'll cut it down to 5 minutes, let everyone use the bathroom, grab a coffee, and then get started again at approximately 11. Okay, if everyone could please take their seats again, we're gonna continue here with the program. So, yep. Arrows. So just a quick note about lunch for those of us in the room. There's apparently some really good food trucks right outside the building, so no need to stray too far. So with that, we're gonna move on to our next presentation of the day, looking at carbon conversion and the IIJA or BIL initiatives and grants. We have Dr. Aaron Fuller, who's a program engineer or carbon conversion program engineer at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management in the Office of Carbon Management Technologies and the Division of CO2 Removal and Conversion. Dr. Fuller, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. As Alex mentioned, I'm Aaron Fuller, program engineer. I will be in carbon conversion program. I will be giving this presentation that is normally given by Mr. Michi Claros. All right. This carbon conversion program comes from the bill, Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, whichever one. And within that, our section for the carbon conversion and CO2 removal is number 40302. There were other carbon management initiatives also within the bill. And this is important because carbon conversion utilization has been noted and researched and reported in like journal publications that in order to reach net zero carbon, net zero emissions by 2050, carbon utilization and carbon use has to be included in those other initiatives. So therefore, this program is very timely. And within the bill law, the carbon conversion program was directed to establish a grant program for eligible entities. And that is bold because the eligible entities are specifically stated as a state or local government or a public utility or agency. And they will be the ones to be able to receive this grant. And this grant is for the purchase and use of commercial or industrial products that are derived from anthropogenic carbon oxides, as Mr. Stouffer mentioned earlier, and demonstrate significant net reductions in life cycle greenhouse gas emissions compared to incumbent technologies, processes, and products. So our aim here is to encourage the purchase of valuable products that are derived from carbon dioxides. And anthropogenic carbon oxides is important to also include not only carbon dioxide, but oxide, because maybe there are other industries outside of the power industry that may emit, for example, CO. And also the LCA initiative is very important because a lot of these technologies are emerging technologies. So they have to show a improvement within the greenhouse gas reduction. And because they're so different, we will use a uniform LCA to evaluate and judge this. And this is very important because these two initiatives here are already aligned with the current research and development efforts within the carbon conversion program. Now, this program was funded over, say, 5 years, approximately a total of $310 million or so approximately. All that money was not allocated directly for upgrants. The amount of funding for the upgrants, as you see here, varies from year to year, but the amount of funding for the upgrants will be at the discretion of the program. And as manufacturers get more familiar with the LCA process to submit for their products, it is anticipated that more money would be allocated to the program as the years continue to go along. And as noted earlier, these procurement grants would be for state governments, local governments, and public utilities. You heard some information from Jolie about LCA. This is very important because the LCA process gives us a uniform way to evaluate technologies, carbon reduction potential, because there are different technologies. Technologies are emerging. So this way things can be transparent. And this is the Lca Toolkit at Netl's website. It's free to download. And this is what the Department of Energy would expect the manufacturers of these products to use that will be submitted with a package for a grant. And this is very important because you have to prove, say, at least about 10% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And you see a little blue there. That's reference the 45Q addendum and tools. That's all was mentioned earlier by Joe also. So you can log on to this and read about that also. And maybe this program follows some aspects of that when it's completed and written. Now, this gets into how the process will go. So first, you will have a product manufacturer will have to complete an LCA. And this LCA would be for its products that the eligible entity would like to procure. And once this LCA is completed, this product manufacturer would give it to the eligible entity for them to submit to the DOE, or the product manufacturer may submit it themselves to the DOE. And because once the DOE would then review that against the LCA requirements and make sure they follow the correct methodology. And after the review, if it's approved, the manufacturer will be notified that it's approved. And then this manufacturer and this product would be put on the list of approved suppliers, vendors for whatever product it is. And as you see here, we're targeting now a minimum of 10% improvement over business as usual case. You know, some of these emerging technologies will have, say, different amounts of a different percentage of improvement over the best practice that's already out there. But this minimum was chosen to be acceptable for this program. And once the manufacturer approved the product, then once the DOE has approved the manufacturer's product, then it's up to the eligible entity to submit that approval to the DOE for the grant program after the eligible entity has engaged and created a contract with the manufacturer for the product, because all this will need to be part of that packet. And then once that's given to the DOE, then the eligible entity can expect to receive their grant, which, as was noted earlier, can be no more than 50% cost share. And it's very important because to take note of, because with these new emerging technologies, you know, then they got to be scaled up also. But when they are scaled up, you know, it's new, prices are higher because they don't have a high volume in the market yet. Here's an example earlier in the year where we had requests for information regarding the carbon management technologies and stuff that's coming out with all these voids. You will see coming out in our area for carbon conversion and CO2 removal was area number 6. And what is noticeable here is that in our grant program, these grants are for eligible entities, but we didn't really have a lot of eligible entities respond to this RFI. That's why the reason we have these regional workshops to engage with the eligible entities, because this believe their issues, concerns, and challenges would be totally different than your manufacturers. And there are some states that already have initiatives, like for example, California, Oregon. Oregon is very new in this, and within their initiatives, they have like different requirements from their environmental product declarations, where they may follow global warming potential requirement and so forth. And Wyoming is working on something else also. So we found this out by having the regional workshops. So information wasn't provided in the RFI. So that's for the importance of these, and we hope to continue to find out other stuff today as we continue with this workshop. Some important stuff came through for the Ira 6. This is like an overall summary. It was determined and it's voiced that the business case for carbon conversion is very challenging. That's to be expected because still have new and emerging technologies. But they also think the DOE should engage not only at the federal level, but also the state and local levels. And it's very interesting because throughout this process, we're beginning to find out that some city mayors, they actually have programs. Some mayors actually have programs and requirements at different levels and different things throughout different cities. Found that out from talking to the people in charge, council of mayors. So it's a lot of things and initiatives going on that have to be centralized before we get this program up and running from us. So that's something that's very important for us to take heed to that. And also very important is standards and certifications came out because the public, consumers and stuff, everyone has to have trust in the products, have to believe and have confidence. And this where standards come to play. But to create these standards, you know, with new, say, low carbon products or products that include carbon oxides or whatever, it's going to take the manufacturers, the buyers, and also the policymakers like the government, because this is not a very fast process. This is a long process. And technology, of course, this program needs to cover a variety of conversion products and pathways. But you saw from Mr. Stouffer the pathways we do cover within the conversion programs and the one that is excluded. So the responses we are working with and trying to make sure that this program is equitable and meaningful for the different regions within the US, because we found out that some states' Buy Clean program are just getting started and haven't even just came into law this year, which was only a handful, and then don't really come into implementation until, for example, like 2025 for one state. So it's a lot of challenges for us also. So this is some additional references here. The first bullet point there was some workshops done and also hosted by you, supported by USCA in overall carbon management. So this was done in April, I believe, this year. And these workshops covered a lot of good information about things happening with DAC hubs and the LPO, the Loan Program Office, and things like this. So this can be researched and looked at also for additional information and references. And of course, the Lca Toolkit available at Netl. In my opinion, for this conversion program, this will be your Bible. This will make or break you, depends on if you follow the methodology properly and reach your targets. And this program, there's a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of people been involved. Of course, we have the program leads, the technology manager, Joe Stouffer at Intel, who you heard from earlier, the carbon conversion program manager at DOE headquarters, Mr. Michi Claros, who I work with, and I'm responsible for the outreach, along with my co-worker here and assistant here to my left, who's been doing an excellent job for us, Alex. And then we have Gregory Cooney, who's in charge of the LCA refinement and analysis lead. And of course, he has his team member here also, who will present that later, Michelle. So that concludes my overview of the bill for this carbon conversion program. So I hope everyone's got a general idea of the funding, where this comes from, and why this is important. And as I stated earlier, CO2 utilization, use, or whatever, is necessary to reach net zero target goals by 2050. These are emerging technologies, so there's going to be some time before they penetrate the markets and before we probably see a good impact. But the government, it can be very, very effective in setting up incentives for the market and help drive this. So this is our goal. Thank you very much for your time. If there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer them for you.
Great. Thank you so much, Aaron. Really appreciate that. And you actually caught us up too. Now we're back on schedule. So thank you for that. Any questions in the audience for Aaron or online? If you're online, please feel free to either virtually raise your hand, type in the chat, or unmute yourself. Perfect. And just in time for Aaron to join us as well. So This is the TEA LCA portion of the day. So our first speaker this portion is going to be Samuel Henry, energy engineer at the National Energy Technology Laboratory, to give you all an overview of techno-economic analysis processes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Samuel Henry, and I work at NETL as a energy engineer supporting techno-economic analysis, or TEA, on carbon conversion technologies. Today, we have an overview of the TEA process. We're going to look at why we do TEA, what's involved with TEA, how does TEA connect with LCA, and then give an overview of the general methodology for completing TEA. So first here, this is just a slide on how the TEA work at NETL kind of fits in with the DOE FECM program goals and objectives. So NETL supports design, process, and cost engineering, or TEA, by leveraging both the existing FECM research portfolio and the future FECM research portfolio. And then at the same time, both the existing and future research portfolios are themselves supported by TEA. So all of these programs are interconnected in this way. And now this slide provides just a little bit more detail on the roles or functions of these three categories. So the existing FECM NETL research portfolio covers intramural and extramural R&D. It spans the technology readiness spectrum and looks at new concepts up to commercial technologies. It also provides bases for the evaluation of external TEAs, technology maturation plans, technology readiness assessments, among other things. It supports quantitative R&D goal setting, strategic planning, portfolio analysis, and program evaluation efforts. And then finally, it provides public performance and cost data for use in energy system models. As for direct DOE FECM support, the major function is to provide rapid response analyses on an ad hoc basis for NETL in the Office of FECM. And then it also provides periodic stakeholder progress and product briefings. And then finally, the future FECM research portfolio supports future research by identifying new energy conversion concepts and the development of insight on the potential of new technology ideas. It assists in the establishment of new FECM programmatic thrusts, things like R&D opportunity, performance and cost metric establishment. It gives direct input into programmatic FOAs and other extramural funding opportunities, and it also helps support multi-laboratory initiatives and consortium participation. So here we have a little outline of what I'm going to cover regarding TEA today. First, we're going to talk about what a TEA is, then why do we complete TEA, and finally, how does TEA connect with LCA? We're then going to go through the basic methodology for conducting a TEA, specifically NETL's guidance for conducting techno-economic analysis. We're going to cover some of the additional resources provided by NETL to support TEAs, and then we're going to wrap up. So first off, what is a techno-economic analysis? So a TEA is a method of analyzing the economic performance of an industrial process, product, or service, including carbon-derived products, which is what we are interested in here. TEA also provides a methodology for systematically assessing technology states against a fixed reference case. Usually this would be the conventional production process for producing products that are the same as the novel technology. Some of the objectives of TEA include, first off, guiding investment pathways for technology development, quantifying R&D performance targets and priorities, identifying critical data gaps, usually through sensitivity analyses and determination of research gaps. And then it allows you to present summary results in an organized, concise, individually coherent form so that you can easily compare with other TEAs. Now, why do we do techno-economic analysis? TEA is important because it informs the discovery, design, and operation of processes that benefit from systematic decision-making techniques for goals that are often competing. These things are maximizing profits, minimizing costs, addressing market and policy drivers, and then meeting environmental and technical constraints. One of the most valuable aspects of TEA is that it provides a transparent and verifiable cost and performance comparison to business as usual production methodologies, given that you are following the established methodologies for critical review. TEA is also a good way to provide uncertainty quantification, usually through determining what your data gaps are and completing sensitivity analyses. Then finally, TEA provides an ideal performance or cost operating configuration that can serve as a target for lower TRL technologies. So TEA and LCA often work very closely together, although they have significant differences. TEA mostly focuses on the in-development technology, the required balance of plants, and cost or energy state of the incoming and outgoing resources and waste streams. The results from TEA are then fed into or developed in parallel with LCA, which itself derives the impacts of the technology from cradle to grave. So, for example, TEA might consider the cost, pressure, temperature, and composition of some incoming hydrogen or CO2 stream, but LCA would be required to assess the environmental impact of how those streams were generated. TEA also does not consider process components manufacturing or the end-of-life disposition, and doesn't typically consider the end use of the product. So you can think of the TEA scope as being shrunken down as compared to the LCA scope. TEA will pretty much look at the carbon conversion process itself between the input and the output, whereas an LCA would consider both the input generation and the end use of the products and waste streams. So NETL has guidelines for completing TEAs currently for power generation plants, but guidance is in development for carbon conversion technologies specifically. So the TEA development process involves 4 steps. First is the development of a technology analysis plan. Second would be the creation of a performance model. Third would be cost estimation, and finally, reporting of results. And in the bottom right corner here, we have a link that you can get from the posted presentation that will take you to the NETL's guidance for performing a TEA. So in the first step, you need to generate your technology analysis plan. This is basically a roadmap for executing the TEA. It discusses the approach and methodology that you're going to use to conduct the TEA, and also develops a basic process flow diagram for your technology. Your technology analysis plan should be discussed with the end users prior to initiating the analysis, and it should be updated as the TEA is performed and preliminary results start to come in. Your technology analysis plan should also address things like the analysis objective, what your reference case or scenario is going to be, what novel cases or scenarios are desired to be evaluated, what is going to be included in the novel design basis. So parameters that look at performance, cost, and sensitivity analyses. Then finally, you would want to map out your execution timeline for the analysis. Now, once you have a complete technology analysis plan, the next step would be to create a performance model. This is typically done utilizing available tools or software, things like Aspen, ChemCAD, or ThermoFlow. You would want to hold your product amount constant between your reference cases and your novel technology cases. So they should all have the same chemical product rate. You want to try to understand how the balance of the plant equipment will be affected by this. In the performance model, you're also going to develop a detailed process flow diagram and include things like feed purity specifications, conversion rates, heat duties, rate constants, and emissions potentials. So in order to have a performance model that generates useful information, you're going to want to develop material and energy balances that are consistent with the baseline procedure. You should also generate similar performance output results from the different models so that they can be easily compared. And you're also going to want to supply additional detail for modeling any novel equipment. This is going to be things like design equations, what your scaling methodology is going to be, and your design basis. Now, after you have a performance model completed, the next step would be estimating of costs. NETL uses the AACE estimate class for cost estimation, which basically shrinks down the accuracy range as you get further in the maturity of the technology. In a concept screening, the project definition is based on the technical analogs and engineering judgment. Once you get to a feasibility study, your project definition is going to be based on the preliminary mass and energy balances. But then in a budget estimate, it's going to be based on detailed process and economic modeling. Within your cost estimation, you're going to want to include things like capital cost estimation, your capital charge factors, contingencies, the global economic assumptions. And then NETL provides detailed cost estimation guidelines that are included in the link to the bottom right, NETL's cost estimation methodology report. Now, once you've completed the technology analysis plan, the performance model, and the cost estimation, then comes time to report your results. You're going to report your summary of the technology analysis plan and any feedback from the discussion with the end users. As for the performance model, you would report your block flow diagram, a detailed simulation model, and your material and energy balance. And then finally, for cost estimation, you report your detailed cost based on the comparison metrics. This could be things like the allowable cost of CO2, the cost of product generated. You're going to report your detailed total overnight capital cost estimates and any sensitivity studies that were completed. This should all be collected and summarized in a report deliverable. And this should include enough detail in order for future users to reproduce the stated results. You should also follow the prescribed guidelines and template that may be provided by DOE. And it's very important to detail any assumptions made during the analysis so that future users can understand the results and reproduce them. So NETL has plenty of additional resources to support TEA. A lot of these are TEAs of energy systems that look at things in addition to carbon conversion technologies. So the list here includes a lot of traditional fossil energy technologies and things like carbon capture. The links here can bring you to the NETL Energy Analysis Library that includes all of these examples, and the NETL Fossil Energy Baseline Report. So to wrap it really quickly and summarize TEA, TEA is something that informs the discovery, design, and operation of processes that benefit from systematic decision-making techniques for often competing goals, maximizing profits, minimizing costs, addressing market and policy drivers, and then meeting environmental and technical constraints. TEA also provides a transparent and verifiable cost or performance comparison to the business as usual production methodologies when you are following the established methodologies for critical review. It helps to support uncertainty quantification, and finally provides an ideal performance or cost operating configuration that can serve as a target for lower TRL technologies. And that's all I have for you today. I'm happy to take any questions, or you can contact Greg Hackett at the information on the slide. Thank you.
Steal this back from you. Yep, we have one question in the room, and then we have a question on the chat as well. So just give us a second to grab the mic here. If you want to take a look at the chat.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I thought it was excellent. I know the LCA is required for grants and for 45Q. Is the TEA required? When is it required? Is it an optional type analysis? How does it kind of fit in the whole scheme?
Yeah, I defer to Joe for that.
Yeah, so that's still TBD. So there isn't the requirement in the legislation as there is with the demonstrate significant net reduction in CO2, which is where the life cycle requirement comes from. So that isn't in the legislation, but it may serve as an opportunity to gather some of that info. but yeah, still in development.
So, I mean, when do people do it? When is it? When do you?
Yeah, I would expect that anybody that's ready to produce product has already, at least at some high level, performed a TEA, right? Because they need to know what they're, before they get investment money, they're going to have to demonstrate what potential gross margins could be and return on investment. So I would suspect that anybody at this stage has already done one, at least internally.
Okay, so the question in the chat is asking about if there is a plan to develop a reference model that is small enough to compare to the 21st century power plant requirement. I'm not aware of anything like that. Joe, do you know? Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe anything like that is currently in the pipeline.
Thanks, Sam. And just for our note takers' benefit, there's a follow-up comment that said it would likely also need to include costs for relatively new developments, like the cost of a large CO2 compressor. Any other questions for Sam before we move on? Not seeing any in the chat nor in the room. Let's give Sam one more round of applause. And we will move on to our next speaker to discuss life cycle analysis. We have Michelle Krynock, who's a life cycle analyst at also at NETL. So just give us 1 second here while we switch over presentations.
Thank you. So yeah, like you said, my name is Michelle Krynock. I work at the National Energy Technology Laboratory on the LCA team with a specialty in carbon conversion. And yeah, I'm going to get more into this life cycle analysis you've been hearing about all day. So first, just to call back to why LCA is part of this talk in the first place. It was in the regulation, like Joe just said, that these funds have to be used. Any eligible entity that gets the grant must demonstrate significant net reductions in life cycle greenhouse gas emissions compared to incumbent technologies, processes, and products. So that life cycle is in the wording of the law, so we sort of have to be there. But as hinted at before, why that's important is that you have to make sure that you're actually reducing your global warming potential. Just using carbon in a product does not necessarily make it environmentally preferable or beneficial in any way. So we have this neat little diagram on the right that shows in the top left, part A, we have a carbon positive system where you're pulling carbon from the ground, combusting it, and it goes into the air. And that's how many things work today. But if you want to get carbon neutral, you can do something like in part B, where you pull carbon from the air. You're still pulling carbon from the ground and you're still combusting it, and you're still sending carbon out into the air. But if you're pulling the same amount of CO2 in as you are emitting back out, then that is carbon neutral. You can also, if the balance is such that normally you would be emitting more, you can put more in the ground with that saline aquifer storage. And to be truly carbon negative, you would have to, on balance, be more like part C in the bottom left there, pulling carbon from the ground and putting it back into the ground. So your technology actually removes CO2 from the air. And that's a really high bar to be able to do that throughout the life cycle of a product. because at each step in the life cycle, you are using energy to extract and create and transport and use. All of that uses energy. Our energy currently emits fossil CO2. So, you know, you have to, it's a very high bar to actually make something carbon negative. What happens more often is part D, carbon reducing. And so this is where we're looking at two systems and comparing them and showing that one emits less carbon than the other. And so that, if we go back to this net reductions compared to an incumbent technology, that's what we're looking for here. And that requires an understanding of the full system to understand if you're actually reducing it. And so you need a comparison of both systems to make sure that you're not making our technologies worse, just to be able to use the carbon. So just so that we're all on the same page, a quick definition of life cycle analysis or assessment. People use them interchangeably. It's a technique that helps people make better decisions. So this is a decision-making tool that looks at the environmental emissions from extraction all the way to end of life. And ideally getting into the details of each of those little processes of extraction, processing, et cetera, to get a full understanding of cradle to grave emissions. At the National Energy Technology Laboratory, we use this decision-making tool in a lot of different ways. So we will often establish national baselines. So we'll take our, say, GHGRP data and normalize it and look into regions. And that sort of sets a baseline for a technology. We can also assess emerging and existing technologies. So that comes up a lot in carbon conversion with these lower TRL technologies. We will look at where it is at the venture pilot scale and assess them against these baselines, these incumbents. And then our third item there, comparing technology and scenario trade-offs is very important. That can build off of both the previous two sections. So we can compare trade-offs between different technologies. So, you know, the baseline might be good in one way, and the assessing the emerging technology may be good in a different way. And you can also look within those. You'll often find trade-offs between different environmental categories. So our focus in the carbon conversion has always been global warming potential, because why else put all that energy into carbon? But it's also very important, and this has come up all morning, it's important to assess all these other environmental categories like human health, like PM potential, particulate matter potential is a category on its own. And so you need more data to look at that, and you can look at the trade-offs between those. You know, if you're looking to reduce GWP, where are these other effects might they increase? And then we can take all of that information to plan for the future and look ahead. So we can get into our models and plug in different background data and assess sort of future scenarios and try to plan for that. And then this is just sort of more information on why LCA. We want generally beyond just the bill grant program, we like to guide research and development investment. We want to make sure everything has the potential to be green or is green. And we want to evaluate the systems to look for opportunities for improvement. Our program has done a lot of work in natural gas in the past and found down to individual components what emits the most methane and how to fix that, and things like that can be done on a life cycle scale to help you understand what's important for priorities. We can also identify data gaps and validation. LCA is a very data intensive process, so we're gonna find the gaps when we look. And so that can be important to inform the program as well, so we know where to look for more and where to invest in more potentially. And then, assessing potential benefits from commercializing technologies. A lot of what we talked about here today, sort of looking at these emerging technologies from a DOE perspective, which of these if we were to help commercialize them, and at what scale do they need to be commercialized to really make a difference? That can all be done with like starting with an LCA and sort of expanding to scale. And then LCA relative to CCUS systems, that's carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration there. LCA is kind of unique with CO2U because there are two different sectors that are being combined in the LCA. And a lot of different sources of CO2 and materials that can make this very complex. And this integrated system will naturally come with co-products, essentially. So normally in LCA, you were trying to get the impact of a kilogram of fuel or something like that. You want to sort of narrow it down to that thing. CO2U systems naturally have, well, you've created a kilogram of fuel, but that CO2 system source also created electricity or cement or some other co-product. That makes it very complicated. You have to make choices in order to isolate that. So for that reason, we have to stress consistent LCA approaches to make sort of comparable LCAs. And that was sort of the driving decision-making in creating our CO2U LCA guidance. So there are existing international standards for LCA, the ISO 14040 and 14044. Those excuse me, are very broad guidance. We took those and then narrowed them down to improve clarity and specificity. So we developed this guidance to be more specific, to make more comparable LCAs, and then work to minimize the effort that people following that guidance need to put in. And then also took that out to sort of a global community, which we'll get to later in the presentation. So next couple of slides are just answering how we do those things specifically. So how we improve clarity and specificity. We take existing guidance and we fill in the knowledge of the application to focus on addressing things like the CO2 upstream pathway. And we provide methodological consistency. So everyone who follows it makes the same decisions, ideally. And then we also add guidance on low TRL technologies and how to move your data with your technology readiness level. And then ensuring accuracy of LCAs. We do that by providing, excuse me, videos and webinars and one-on-one support throughout the LCA process for any of the PIs going through that program. We also complete the technical review once they're done. And we provide data, which is a big one. So most people who go through it can use mostly our own data. To minimize the effort, basically all of that stuff I said before, that helps minimize the effort. We provide that assistance, but we also have an entire toolkit that's sort of structured to provide assistance there. And so it's all structured to help you get through goal and scope identification, data acquisition, modeling, results, and reporting. Each step of the way, we have guidance there. So this is what our toolkit looks like. We've seen it a couple times already. It's available at netl.doe.gov/LCA/CO2U. So normally I would go through each little box, but I think for time's sake, I'm gonna just let you explore on your own. Oh, all right, we do have time. Sorry, keeping it in my head. So yeah, top left is our guidance document. That's the actual PDF that tells you all the rules. Going down, we have a database in OpenLCA, which is a free online software. This houses data that we provided for PIs and also ease the software that you can use, excuse me, to create your LCA. So you can essentially use it as a sandbox tool. Plug in your own LCA in there already. We have a contribution tool, which is an Excel file that automates a certain aspect of the process. Excuse me, I'm sorry about this. Throat is really dry. So we've done some automation to help you go from OpenLCA to results. And then in the top middle, we have a documentation spreadsheet. So anyone who doesn't use OpenLCA can submit that, and it helps us review their work. And then in the bottom, there's a Word report template. So you can write up a full LCA report just using that template. And it will tell you, it has instructions inside it. And on the right is the 45Q addendum and tools, which we'll talk about now. So the 45Q addendum is a modification of the base guidance. So after we had already written our guidance for the PI program, the IRS came to us for help with rules on LCAs relevant to 45Q. And so we sort of readdressed all of our assumptions and changed certain background assumptions to make it more applicable to present day commercialized technologies that would be applying for 45Q. Excuse me. And so we have this whole addendum and modified toolkit for that. I bring it up because something similar may happen for this program. We may need to go back and reassess some assumptions for, again, present day commercialized technologies, but maybe on a smaller scale. So look out for that. And then using that process, this would be the grant program process. Aaron discussed it a little bit already, but here we've added that between 1 and 2, we hope for iteration. Excuse me. We would work with applicants to make an improved LCA and one that meets all the requirements. And so, you know, we're open to sort of working more closely than we do with, say, 45Q. And so before the approval process actually occurs. Yeah. And then just to broaden this out, we do contribute to the global discussion. We have taken these guidelines to the global CO2 initiative and formed this international CCU assessment harmonization group with all these various participants. And we've workshopped sort of with them what these rules are and understood from a broader perspective if they really work. And so we've gone together with them and created harmonized rules, excuse me, and also submitted several papers to Frontiers in Climate, sort of explaining our work. And then finally, I just want to address, in case this has been in the back of your minds this whole time, environmental product declarations, why we don't simply accept existing EPDs. For one thing, EPDs do not require a comparison. So in the rules of the regulation, again, it requires that comparison. It has to be against some sort of incumbent. So an EPD wouldn't hold that whole picture. And we also want to make sure that everything is done the same way, essentially. EPDs won't require our rules to be used, basically. And without sort of picking a single EPD program, we won't know that the EPDs that come into us did follow the same rules, and so they can't be comparable in that way. So that's why, you know, they're not sort of transparent enough for us to get in and change them. So we have to use the base LCA and review that. And then by clean or similar programs, this is just to address that, like, our guidance is not guidance to create an EPD. But you can use that as the basis to create one if you so choose. And that could potentially be used for Bioclean or similar programs. I'm not in charge of this program, so I can't guarantee it, but ideally that work won't have to be redone. So, thank you. If you have questions, we can talk now, and you can also contact Greg Cooney at that email address.
Great, thank you so much, Michelle. Online, we have Les Gioja. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's Joya actually, but
Sorry, Joy.
yeah, we use Aspen, and we do our TEA and LCA pretty much together. But I'm a little confused as to what you said, or I'd like you to explain a little more. So we have requirements that we have to submit. I have a project right now. I have to submit a preliminary LCA, and then later I'll have to submit the final one. Are you saying that you would review our stuff before the preliminary goes in?
So that depends on the program that you're talking about. If you're talking about under an FOA, like you received an FOA,
Right.
We can do that. It's not necessarily part of the process, but you can email your program manager and they'll connect us.
Okay, all right, which I actually did, and I don't know, but I'll talk to her. Okay, so then in that email, since I did that, there is sometimes DOE in the past has asked for our simulation file, but it's really large. Is there a Dropbox or something that we can use with the federal government, with DOE, to submit a large file?
Yeah, there is a file transfer protocol that can handle these sort of individual file transfers. Yeah.
And do I have to ask for that, or is that in a particular location I can find?
You have to ask for that. We are, for this program, the UP grants program, we are setting up a portal to avoid having to do that individually each time. But for now, yeah, just send an email and we'll set up an FTP.
Okay, send an email to you or to Greg, or?
Send it to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Michelle, thanks very much. Where are you based? Are you in Colorado?
I'm in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of NREL, the renewable lab in Colorado.
So at a high level, could you explain the difference between an LCA for grant and an LCA for 45Q? You had that box in there, but you went through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, no problem. So on a high level, our base CO2 guidance, the green stuff, that was built with these PI LCAs in mind. And so that was, we make certain assumptions about you're doing this because you're looking for the future. So who you compare to is potentially a future technology, or something in like the 90th percentile of GHG performance. Things like that, we are trying to make sure that PIs are competing with either a future technology or a technology that's out today, but better, so that we're getting improvement over time. Whereas with 45Q, you're only comparing to today. I forget the exact regulatory language, but yeah, it requires a different comparison. We go with the US average of something, so to get your sort of your
baseline, perhaps, is that what you mean?
Yeah, the baseline. Another major difference is with the PI LCAs, we do a lot with sort of uncertainty and scenario analysis, because again, we're looking towards the future. It's very exploratory. With 45Q, we are just looking at this one thing that really exists, this one company's actual captured CO2. And so we do sensitivity analysis, but not uncertainty. And yeah, the end goal is a different number, essentially.
So when you say you're looking at this one company's actual analysis, are you looking at actual results or projected results? Because here, I'll tell you why, and I think I had a discussion with Joe before about this. A lot of times when you're thinking about investing in a plant, and for 45Q benefits, they're expensive operations, and so you're not going to invest the money until you really know what the economic benefits are. So I just like to clarify: are you talking about projected benefits or projected CO2 savings or actual?
Right. The guidance, that addendum is built for actual. It is built for actual taxpayers who are applying right now. So for that tax year, how much they captured, what to do with that information. This has come up a couple times. People want to sort of use it to project and help get investors and things like that. You can do that. It's not written for that as it is. You would have to sort of put yourself in the mindset of, all right, we've already been built. This tax year has already occurred, and this is how much we captured. What does our plant look like?
So would your office approve it if it were on that type of basis? Because I think Treasury is going to look to DOE for approval. And Joe, you may want to jump in on this.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I would just say that, NETL evaluates the LCA, but ultimately the approval is Treasury's call. So we pass them the information and they make that call.
Okay, so how do you think, but you must give them a recommendation.
I'm not sure what the exact output of the process is. I don't think it includes, I think we.
Treasury doesn't really have the ability to analyze. Technically.
Mhm.
Right? So I'm sure that you're going to need to give them a recommendation. Whether it's a hard recommendation or just a soft recommendation.
Yeah, I'm not certain on what the output of the process is from that perspective. I think we specifically tried to avoid that because it was just, seen as not within our authority.
Yeah. All that we do is evaluate for conformance to the ISO standards and our guidance. We don't give an evaluation of yes or no. That is the IRS. So we just tell them if it followed ISO standards, if it followed our guidance, and if there are like math errors, and that's all. It's not our approval process.
And the only other thing I'll mention briefly is that the utilization procurement grants will be internal to NETL, that approval process. So NETL will have authority in that case, in the utilization procurement grant case. Q. Correct. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions in the room or online? Yep, Aaron.
I have a question. You showed in one of your presentation slides this iterative process to improve the LCA, I believe.
Yeah.
My question is that done in conjunction with the TEA result? Because I'm thinking someone would not want to have the best LCA if their economics go down below a minimum level. So is there like an acceptable LCA if all the requirements are met, methodology was done correctly, that may not be the best performing, but it meets all the requirements?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And I guess I should clarify. When I say we get the best LCA, I don't mean like the best result. I just mean like all the math is there. It meets it conforms to the standards and it would pass that approval portion. It's not about, we don't currently not planning to provide like consultancy on like how to improve your plant or anything. It's just about making sure your data is all there for it to be approved. So yeah. whatever TEA process is in place, it would be separate from that. That makes sense.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Lots of questions there. So another round of applause.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Alex from the USEA and the team there, as well as Aaron and the team at DOE for the kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, telling you a little bit and giving you a little bit of some concrete examples. Hopefully that will inspire you. I only have 15 minutes, so the way I will try to keep it like 10 minutes presentation and 5 minutes questions. So be ready with some questions if you have any at the end. So first, what is C2V? It's a 3-year initiative by design, multi-stakeholders, and it's focused on innovation along the carbon tech value chain. So, carbon tech, we define all innovation for carbon capture, carbon conversion, carbon sequestration. We see that as a whole value chains with many synergies. Although our name carbon to value suggests that we sort of focus on carbon conversion, which is a good assumption. We have 2 main missions: ecosystem building, so putting together multi-stakeholders, government, non-for-profit, private companies, and of course innovators in the same room. And then we support the startups. So we have accelerator functions for startups from TRL 4 to 7 about. And the way we help them, it's not through funding, it's through building our industry relationships. So who is on our Carbon Tech Leadership Council? As I mentioned, it's a mix of the different stakeholders, but you can see some pretty big international companies in very different sectors, in different industry verticals, because as you know, a lot of these technologies and the product can find applications in many different industry verticals. So when startups enter the program, they have the ability to access all this network, all these resources and knowledges, and better understand the value proposition of their innovation. Who is behind the Carbon to Value initiative? We created this 3 years ago. As a partnership between UFL, Urban Future Lab, which we are based in New York. We support clean tech companies for about 10 years now. And we have done that for about 67 companies. Greentown Labs, who is the largest climate tech incubator in North America with locations in Boston and Houston. And Fraunhofer USA, who has a global network of applied R&D and can be very helpful on the technical and science side. We are very fortunate to have seed funding from the New York State. NYSERDA is providing about 50% of the funding of C2V, and the rest comes from industry who are sitting on the CLC. This is a snapshot of the year 1 cohort. So every year we run a cycle. We have on average over 100 applications per year. And then we select 8 to 10 companies. I think what's interesting here, I will zoom on some examples, on 4 examples. But right off the bat, you will see the diversity in terms of pure carbon capture company, then carbon conversion. And of course, probably as you have heard earlier this morning, carbon conversion can have so many different pathways and then so many different products, right? So in all these companies, I would encourage you to go on our website, c2vinitiative.com, and you can find, all the different different things that these companies are doing in terms of material, added value, commodity, fuels, chemicals, materials, and so on. We are right now in our year 2, means that we have a new cohort that we have announced in June this year, and we are actively supporting as we speak through workshops and the connections with our Carbon Tech Leadership Council. So some examples, because this is what we are here for. The first example I would mention is actually a carbon capture company. So you might, question about, well, this is about carbon conversion, right? But the key is this is all integrated. Carbon Quest is capturing carbon CO2 from flue gas in natural gas boiler in buildings that you're seeing seeing here on the left, this is the Grantier building in Central Park. Typically, they have two huge natural gas boilers in the basement that work for heating and water. And this is like not that easy to electrify. So, and these boilers are not always very old, right? They have a long lifespan. So there is a value to capture CO2. There is a local law, it's called Local 97, that creates a good incentive for this kind of systems. And the question is really, what do you do with the CO2, right? They have this is a carbon capture system. They liquefy the CO2. But then it's all about what you do with the CO2. In their case, they actually sell the CO2 to local concrete manufacturers. So they have a partnership with a local masonry, and they have the carbon cure technology, which enables to inject CO2 in the curing process of concrete. So the CO2 gets trapped into concrete, into building materials, and it's a nice example of like a local circular economy loop. This is happening as we speak. You can actually go and visit this system in New York. And for that, the LCLA, which is a law that supports lower carbon concrete procurement by the New York State, is very important to support this kind of project. So procurement of low carbon products in this example is pretty important. The second example I would take is Air Company, also based in New York. They are in Brooklyn. They have innovation around a single step conversion of CO2 and water into ethanol and methanol. Ethanol and methanol, they are great chemical building blocks. They can be used in fragrance and alcohols, but they can also be used in fuels. And so Air Company is selling direct on consumer products like spirits to kind of monetize their R&D, but they have a path to scale, and including jet fuel, they have announced last week an offtake agreement of about 1 billion gallons of jet fuel procurement over the next 10 years by a different portfolio of airlines. So another great example, of innovation that is in New York that will rely on procurement of low carbon products. Carbon Free is another example. It's an American company based in San Antonio and New York. They have a facility in San Antonio co-located with a cement plant, and they make calcium carbonates. So they react CO2 with a mineral. And with this calcium carbonate, it can be sold in paper, packaging, cosmetics, home care, and so on. So it's a base chemical that has a lot of different applications that holds a fairly good value on the market. And so that's an example of carbon conversion. Again, they will need to find where to enter the market, who are their customers, and procurement programs can be really helpful to secure the first customers and the first revenue for these facilities. A lot of these facilities carry a lot of technology risk, in their scale up and first of a kind implementation. And so you really don't want to accumulate technology risk and market risk and policy risk. So if the procurement side of the products through grants like you're trying to do is secured, maybe not for 100% of the revenue, but for some part of it, it's a big help in funding these plans and moving forward with implementation and deployment. And the last example I will take is Carbon Upcycling. It's a Canadian company that actually won an award in New York a couple of years ago. And they are really scaling up. They have a project in UK, 5 tons per day, CO2, mineralization, also mineralization process. They have a bit of a different approach. They use waste material from, anything like a glass factory, like slag from a steel mill, fly ash from a coal plant. They can use a very wide diversity of materials, and they react that material with CO2 and they can make building materials. So that building material then can be used into concrete, lowering the carbon footprint of concrete. Again, that's a good material that can be eligible to policies like Lca in New York, and I'm sure other states in the US and around the world are looking at doing this kind of low carbon concrete support mechanism. And so that is kind of my last example. Actually, before I go to the questions, I would say a couple of home message. You know, we have emitted a ton of CO2 that is already in the atmosphere that actually we need to start thinking removing. And we also still emit a lot of CO2 every year that we have to decarbonize. That's very fine, but we'll have residual emissions. So for both the stock and the flow, CO2-based products can be a great opportunity to use CO2 as a resource instead of a waste. So this is where we see like really the core opportunity, right? The volumes are here. Again, as I mentioned, supporting procurement of CO2 derived is essential because these products have typically higher cost profile at the early stage. And before they hit economies of scale, they need support. This brings me to this point. Economics of today are different than economics of tomorrow. We need support today to scale the industry, and economies of scale and cost reduction will come as we add more and more capacity online. But right now, carbon conversion needs really a lot of support, and this is what you're working on, which is great. And lastly, I would say just call for action. Subscribe to our newsletter. Visit our website. If you are a large corporates who are interested in this space, we still have a couple of seats available on our Carbon Tech Leadership Council that is invite only. So feel free to reach out and I would be happy to discuss. So thanks again for the invitation and let me know if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Frederick. If we could just give Frederick a quick round of applause. I just wanted to make note that some of the companies involved with carbon to value have joined us for some of our past workshops. Some of them are in the room today. But just a reminder for any of the companies in your group, if they haven't joined us or aren't aware of these procurement grants, if their products are procurement eligible, I guess, for state and local governments or public utilities, then let them know about DOE's upcoming procurement grants. Quick question, and it could be either for you or the air company team in the room here. I noticed it said home products. What type of home products are we talking about?
Home care, like detergent, washing based chemicals and so on.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. Also, I think also consumer products are one of the focus as we develop more verticals across our business. We'll keep expanding what makes sense for us in terms of consumer products. So, the perfumes, fragrances that we've launched, definitely some of the consumer beverages that we have. So it's sort of bifurcating as we continue to grow and explore, what our opportunities are. But yeah, thanks, Frederick, for highlighting us and shouting out. We appreciate that.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is I was wondering, if there's cleaning products, ostensibly city agencies would buy cleaning products, and
Yep.
Can they use one of these DOE grants to procure cleaning products that utilize CO2?
I think the key here is to establish a handshake between, these state and local entities that are seeking these novel procurement opportunities. Really, if the DOE can help facilitate those handshakes in any way, we're definitely open to that. And that's where the conversations begin. And that's where the opportunities, you get people in the room, you kind of explore what can happen, what the possibilities, where the possibilities are and what can take place. Then you see where things can go from there. But that's the key for us, is getting the conversation going with these state and local entities.
Most definitely. Thank you. Does anyone in the room have any questions for Frederick? We've got one from Michelle.
Hi, I was just curious, a lot of the products that you listed, they don't strike me as having very large markets. Like if you got a certain amount of penetration into those markets, how much CO2 would you be sequestering essentially? And do you have a sense of that? How much, you know, how much you are currently sequestering, how much you seek to, and if there's at any point where you pivot to markets with larger pieces of the pie, if any of them are ready to make that pivot or plan to.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, ERCO has definitely a strategy, and I will speak to that. But in general, it's good to start with a niche added value product because you want to generate revenue as early as you can. And this is why you feel like, well, this is pretty niche. Like these are not very big markets, but typically you always have, as you scale up and you reduce your cost, you want to go to larger markets, more commodity markets like fuels. So fuels, it's not a sequestration play, but CO2-based fuels will have a much lower carbon footprint than their fossil-based fuels. So on a reduction perspective, it's very impactful. The other market I would mention is concrete, right? Like anything that where you can inject CO2 into concrete or use biochar into concrete. Any kind of way you can sequester CO2 in concrete. Concrete is one of the largest, and it's the second largest material used by humankind on Earth after water. So this is very, very large, a lot of volume and billions of sequestration potential. And the other one that comes to mind is chemicals. So polyethylene, for instance, is the largest petrochemical in the world. So this is maybe not in a billion ton of CO2 scale, but probably in a 500 million ton or so. So intermediate chemicals have interesting CO2 savings potential as well. Maybe I forgot some.
Thanks, Fred. Thanks so much. I was just going to piggyback on what you said there with respect to scale up, and thanks for the question, Michelle. Appreciate it. So what's interesting the way we've done it is that we started off with these high margin products that really follow our scale. So as we're in lower TRLs, right, and we're developing, then we develop these markets that attach to that lower TRL, but allow us to kind of establish the possibility with the investors, the stakeholders, and even the public. And so what happens is from there, we recognize that, really, as you start commoditizing, you have to go up further in scale to make sense. So we're growing with that scale. And so now we're at the point where we're looking at the sustainable aviation fuel, which is huge. I mean, when you look at the amount of jet fuel, I came out of oil and gas, and I worked for a refinery right across in New Jersey, Bayway Refinery for Phillips 66 for a decade. And I can tell you how much jet fuel I certified. I was the lab manager there. I certified a lot of jet fuel. So when you talk about the amount of carbon dioxide that can be used in jet fuel, it's significant, and that's just one sector. Now, when you get into these commodity realms, you start seeing, okay, we start approaching, significant fractions of what's available in the atmosphere, but also just what's available to capture. And so you look at things like methanol. Methanol is huge. I mean, in terms of look at the marine right now, you're looking at the marine sector. They're looking for methanol as a fuel. Sustainable marine fuel. And so what we're able to do is we're able to tune our primary reactors into these different commodities, right, based on where the customers are. And this gives us a lot of flexibility. It's almost like the new refinery. We're mining for CO2 in places, right, to develop this product slate, the same type of product commodity slate that you would have in a refinery. The same type of optimization that you would use in a refinery to optimize a refinery, we're able to do the same strategy with the CO2 conversion. It's a very rare opportunity in history. So thank you.
Corey, I actually have one more question for you, and then Joe James online has his hand up, and then we'll move to the next presentation. I don't know if you have the answer to this or if anyone else does. Well, the National Guard is it's like a federal and state entity in a sense. when they're procuring their jet fuel for the Air National Guard, are they procuring that from the federal side or the state side? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't. That's a great question. I will tell you this. When procuring for the Department of Defense, they know what they want. They know that the mill specs are established. They know the volumes that they want, and it's the process very streamlined. So even with these procurement grants that we're suggesting here and we've been talking about, I would take some cues from how DoD does, how the process works there, where they know exactly what they want, they go forward, the volumes, the targets, and they're willing to kind of just tell you straight up what happens. So U.S. Air Force was part of the, stakeholders that are very interested in our sustainable aviation fuel. And we're really proud that we were able to provide, a few gallons to our Air Force. That's a big deal for us from a U.S. made perspective, a U.S. manufacturing perspective. And, us operating in a disadvantaged community in Brooklyn, New York, and doing this for our country, it's a big deal. So procurement, straightforward procurement makes a lot of sense. And I'd be willing to talk to you more about it offline.
You're just checking off all the boxes. Like that's the ideal scenario, right? So one more question from Joe James online. The floor is yours.
Yeah, let me first compliment you guys on a very helpful event today. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be part of all of it. And I put my contact information in the chat, and I'd love to get to know the gentleman who just spoke from New York. One of the reasons is that we have recently created a New York operating affiliate company, as we would call it. And we also have created a Toronto-based operating affiliate. And I do want to talk to, is it Fred or Frederick? Which is it? Fred?
Fred is fine, yeah.
Fred, so parlez-vous français un peu?
Oui,
No?
yes.
Oui, un peu? Okay, so the fact that you have Canada as part of your territory, if we approach you as a US-Canada partnership, is that of interest to you in some way, or can you help us make contact? Let me tell you, our basic business model at the moment is providing carbon capture and storage services to utilities. We plant our crops, as you'll see in the chat, if you get a chance to look in there. We plant our crops on their sites. They capture lots of CO2 per acre, about seven tons of harvested material per acre, and then a ton of root system stays in the ground. We carbonize what we harvest, turn it into biochar, and can sequester the captured carbon in the biochar back in their sites. And we already have three relationships underway right now in demonstration project mode. We'd like to do something in New York and obviously something in Canada. Would I be correct that your program might be able to help us do that?
Definitely, and we can take it offline, but the best way to engage would be to apply, to C2V in year 3 in 2023, and then see if we can work together.
Might we have some conversations? I assume that since you've got Canada listed, you may have interested utilities and other potential customers there. Is that a fair statement?
We do have a relationship with Canadian companies and the government. So yeah, definitely possible to make some connections. But again, I think maybe we can take it offline.
Okay, well, thank you for responding to my questions.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Great. Well, if we could give Frederick one more round of applause. Thank you so much.
Everyone.
All right. Sitting here patiently is our next speaker, Harry Clark, who's a partner here at ORIC, to discuss navigating grant requirements, which I think will be a really informative and important presentation for a lot of our stakeholders. So with that, Harry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. I'm with ORIC's government projects practice. So we assist clients with federal procurement contracts, grants, cooperative agreements, particularly in connection with sponsored research and product development. So this is a great fit for us. Yeah, sure. Here we go. Sure. So just a bit on the context, as many of you no doubt are aware, the program is based on good old section 40302 of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which appropriates $310 million over 5 years for use by eligible entities to procure and use commercial or industrial carbon conversion products in these specified areas. These are the grant regulatory requirements and sets of guidance that pre-existed the program. So these are the general requirements that govern DOE's dissemination of grants really in any area. But this particular program will no doubt develop its own program-specific requirements. I was planning to speak with you about briefly about these 8 subjects that on which there are requirements that are going to be important with respect to award of grants, and crucially, by implication, grantees award of good and service procurement contracts in the private sector. So for eligibility, the grants are for award to states, local governments, and utilities, which can be for-profit entities, utilities, that is. At the same time, for the private sector, the expectation is that the main area of participation is going to be in securing subawards from the grantees for actually supplying the goods and services that the program is intended to fund. So first, standards for procurement by grantees. State and local governments procuring goods and services for grant projects can generally proceed based on their standard procurement policies and procedures. That is, state and local governments generally are not going to be required to set up a whole new regulatory framework for award of contracts under their grants. Local governments are going to, at the same time, local governments are going to need to comply with certain specified standards relating to, for example, efficiency and economy, appropriate protest procedures, and the like. So as to procurement by grantees, there are going to be required provisions of the procurement contracts. And this is a very conventional approach to awards by the federal government. It's been going on forever. And what I mean by that is there are rules that apply to the award by the federal government, whether it's a procurement contract or here a grant or a cooperative agreement or other types of awards. But then you have a whole world of, the term of art is flow down requirements. That is, requirements that the grantees are going to be required to flow down into their procurement contracts. And so it's a way that standards can be set at the federal level by the federal government for award of the grants that will flow down into the subawards, the procurement contracts. And again, this is it was ever thus, and that's the way it's going to work here. So for example, administrative, contractual, and legal remedies provision that govern those topics are going to need to be flowed down by the grantees to their awardees for the procurement contracts under the grants. Things like termination for cause or termination for convenience. There are rules that are going to need to be flowed down to the subawardees in the private sector. And this is really, frankly, in my view, the heart of the matter. For if one is planning to participate as a state or local government or utility, you need to understand this at that level, because you're going to need to make sure that your procurement practices comport with these flow down requirements. By the same token, if you're a private sector participant, you're going to need to understand that your participation is ultimately going to need to be governed by these flow down requirements. So another important area is monitoring and reporting of program performance. Grantees are going to be responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of grant-supported activities. For-profit utilities are going to may be required to submit periodic progress reports. Again, no surprise here. As always, when there's federal funding, there's going to need to be monitoring and reporting to maintain the integrity of the process. There will be standards for financial management systems, and this is still going to the same issue of from the perspective of the federal government, appropriate allocation and disposition of funding. So states are going to have to account for their disposition of grant funds. They'll be reporting to the federal government about that. Fiscal control and accounting procedures are always an important part of any federal funding program, and they will be here. There are standards set to go for local government specifically in all of these areas. And then there'll be some different requirements for for-profit utilities. They are going to be encouraged to use existing financial management systems to the extent that those systems comply with GAAP and the standards, for example, those listed below, which include effective control of funds and accurate, current, and complete records documenting source and application of federal funds. So for these different categories of grantees, the state level, the local level, the utilities, they'll have standards for their financial management systems. Auditing, again, always for all federal spending, an important area. There will be a single audit required for spending over $500,000 in federal funds by state and local governments. There will be special auditing rules for for-profit utilities. So for example, if a recipient is already performing under a federal award, a pre-existing federal award, it will be required that it use the same auditor to perform an independent audit under our program. The idea is they don't want folks sort of shopping around for different auditors depending on the program. They want consistency there.
If anyone's on the line, can you just confirm that you can still hear us?
Yes, now it's
I
fine.
can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Okay.
Now it's
Yeah,
fine.
we lost the audio of the main presenter.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so again, winding it up here, but record retention is an evergreen requirement for oversight of federal funding. There will be mandated record retention for 3 years. DOE and the Comptroller General, that is the General Accountability Office, will have the right to access any pertinent records. And again, this is very standard stuff. So finally, consideration for private entities. Procurement by eligible entities is expected, as I said at the outset, typically to be through commercial contracts with the item manufacturer. So it's sort of this sub-awardee level where you'll generally have participation by private parties. The private sector supplier should review any such proposed contract. It's going to include what, as I described before, these standard flow down requirements. And while they're not going to be unusual from the perspective of anybody who's participated in federal procurement or other types of federal funding, they will be unusual from the perspective of someone who's only participated in private sector contracting. So it'll be important that folks really understand those going into the program. And I believe that's got it, but I'm happy to answer a question or two, or anyone has any.
I actually have a question for you, Harry. As DOE is kind of finalizing over the next couple of months how they implement this program, do you have any like top 1, 2, or 3 kind of items that they should keep in mind as they implement this and to make sure to protect themselves as well as the entities involved?
Sure. No, it's a great question. A couple of things. Really thinking about the interest of streamlined, efficient program operation and management. I would tend to stress as stray outside of standard conventional award requirements as little as possible. There'll be some special aspects to this program. There always are. But in my experience, where problems emerge is sort of gratuitous making it up as you're going along. There are literally centuries, there's centuries of experience with this sort of thing. And I would really try to the extent possible to rely on that experience. As I said at the outset, DOE has in place general requirements for award and administration of grants. And I would stick to those to the greatest extent possible. I guess second, and not a particularly novel thought, but to be sensitive to sort of the real world of private companies out there, and the grant and the universe of awardees themselves, the state and local governments, utilities, but thinking in particular about, and I know DOE has been doing this, but really listening to the prospective private sector participants and as best as one can, molding the program to accommodate their strengths and weaknesses and so forth.
Great. Thank you, Harry. Any other questions in the room or online? Not seeing any. If we could give Harry another round of applause. Oh.
The question was, in Harry's experience, how long does it take to get through the grant procurement process?
Sure, that's obviously remains to be seen. I don't believe there's not an application form yet, but based on historical experience, it should be possible from the outset of submitting an application to award of a grant. I would hope that 6 to 9 months, something along those lines. Often and historically it's taken longer, but if all the wheels are turning together in a coordinated way, that's entirely possible. Things like levels of review within the government, and there'll obviously have to be some of that, but this is sort of building on Alex's question. I would try to make that as streamlined as one can and still be consistent with prudent fiscal management by the federal government. Well, the bureaucracies are not immune to politics. But in all seriousness, I would think that this type of program really ought to be able to be administered in a pretty apolitical way. I would expect it to, and that's the kind of thing that can really, gum up the works a bit.
Well, thank you again, Harry. If we could give Harry a round of applause. Our next speaker to discuss the national lab side of things is Jose Rodriguez, who's a group leader in the Catalysis, Reactivity, and Structure Group at Brookhaven National Laboratory. And he's going to discuss BNL's CO2 conversion catalysis research. And with that, Jose, the floor is yours. Let me stop sharing on our end so you can start sharing on yours.
Can you see my screen and can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank Alex for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, I'm going to be talking about some research projects that we have in the side of fundamental science at Brookhaven National Laboratory that are focusing on the conversion of CO2 to fuels and high-value chemicals, and how we characterize these materials and how we understand the mechanism of the reaction. Well, we know about the problem of CO2. We have been talking for the whole day, so I don't need to talk about this thing. I just want to mention that we have two main thrusts in Brookhaven National Laboratory. One is in focusing on the CO2 capture and storage. In this case, we are preparing functional materials like cements and minerals that can have some utility in the chemical industry or in the general society. And then the second program is focusing on the conversion and the capture and conversion of CO2. And in this case, we are transforming the CO2 to fuels and high-value chemicals. And I'm going to be talking mainly about this program over here, and this is the one that are more familiar. Following the guidelines of the Department of Energy, there is a guideline that says that we have to use CO2 as a material or a compound that actually can be transformed into something that is useful. Following this guidance, we are transforming CO2 into all these chemicals that you actually can see over here. We do the reaction between CO2 and green hydrogen, and in that case, what you have is you have the transformation of the CO2 into alcohols, and then we can transform the CO2 also into methane. Some people are interested in this reaction, and then we have also projects in which CO2 reacts with methane here to produce syngas. And this syngas is then utilized for the production of oxygenates or high alkanes or different kind of things. The reaction between the CO2 and the methane is important because methane, many methane reservoirs actually have some CO2. In the landfills, actually you have a mixture of CO2 and methane, and so this reaction is important. So, as I was mentioning, that to have two main lines of research in which we are transforming CO2 to the methanol and oxygenates, and CO2 to the alkanes. The one that is more interesting these days is the transformation of CO2 to the oxygenates. and in particular methanol and ethanol. To do this transformation, we use different kinds of catalysts. Catalysts that are coming from the industry, catalysts that are coming from the universities. And in general, we're working with metals. We're working with oxides. We're working with carbides, sulfides, phosphides, and a combination of all these materials here. In this set of images, you actually can see all the type of materials that we're working with. We're working with powders like this one over here. These are gold nanocluster are dispersed on cilia powder. This is a catalyst that can be taken directly to the industry. This is the equivalent to the copper zinc oxide catalyst, but it's much more effective. We're working with model systems like the ones that you see over here. And the idea here is that when you work with these model systems, you actually can understand what phase of the catalyst is the most important, and how these different phases actually affect the conversion of the CO2 and also the selectivity to alcohols, to methanol, or to ethanol and higher alcohols. In this case, you have a model that is zinc oxide nanoparticles on top of the copper 111. This is a system which is a model for an industrial catalyst. Actually, when you work with the copper zinc oxide industrial catalyst on the given set of conditions, you actually can transform the system into this type of configuration. We work with systems like this one over here. This is ruthenium sulfide nanoparticles dispersed on top of gold 111. And what we're studying here is the intrinsic activity of the ruthenium sulfide. When you go to bulk ruthenium sulfide, this is a very good catalyst for the transformation of CO2 to isopropanol and to higher alcohols. So we wanted to see how happened to the reactivity of the system when you go and go from bulk to nano. To the nano regime of sizes. And finally, you have systems like this one over here, in which you have copper dispersed on titanium oxide. This is a model system, but it's useful because you actually can generate copper dispersed on different phases of the anode case. We want to understand, for all of these systems, we want to understand what is the active phase, what is the role of the structural and the electronic properties of the system. We want to see what are the size effects. For example, as I was saying before, what happens when you go, for example, in the case of ruthenium sulfide, you go from nanoparticles to bulk material, how that affects the reactivity of the system. Or in the case of this system here, in which you have zinc oxide, and it can go all the way from small particles to bulk material, and then you actually can see how the reactivity, selectivity, and the conversion of the CO2 is actually changing. And we want to understand, depending on the phase that we have, what is the reaction mechanism, how the changes of the active phase is going to modify the reaction mechanism. So to understand all of these things over here, we use a combination of different techniques. We do a lot of microscopy, like you actually can see here. These are features that are coming from transmission electron microscopy, scanning tunnel microscopy. And then once that we know the morphology of the system, we actually try to understand what are the chemical properties of these different systems, using a combination of temperature programmed absorption, XPS, FT, infrared spectroscopy, diffraction of X-rays, and X-ray absorption function structure, just to see what are the structure of the catalytic material. We combine this with catalytic testing, and then we do also a lot of theory, just trying to understand what you are seeing. What do you see? Try to understand what kind of experiments you are seeing. So the challenge that we have is that actually we are working with systems that are powder catalysts. They are like this one over here, and we are working with model systems like this one over here. So we have to have a set of tools that allow you to get what are the structural, electronic, and the chemical properties of all these materials. And as you can imagine, depending on the type of material that you have, you are going to need different techniques for the characterization. And the luck that we have at Procurement National Laboratory is that we have two facilities for surface characterization that are funded by the Department of Energy and that are available to everybody. One is the National Synchrotron Source that you actually can see over here, and the other one is the Center for Functional Nanomaterials. And using the different these two facilities, and you have different techniques that allow you, when you combine them, you actually can have a very good insight what are the structural, electronic, and chemical properties of all these different type of materials. So if you go to a synchrotron, and this is the NSLS2 here, and as I was mentioning before, this is a facility that I founded by the Department of Energy. This is available to everybody in the university and the industry. You just have to send grants. You just have to send proposals, and then you will get bin time. In this synchrotron, we are characterizing the materials using 4 different bin lines. In these 4 different bin lines, we actually can do experiments of X-ray diffraction, X-ray absorption from spectroscopy, and then we can use tools like ambient pressure XPS and infrared spectroscopy also to see what is going on the surface of the catalyst. So to give you a flavor, of the kind of experiment that we are doing here, for example, these are things that we are doing at the synchrotron in Brookhaven right now. We can do experiment like time resolve X-ray diffraction, and in this case, we just have a catalytic material. The catalytic material contains ruthenium that is dispersed on indium oxide. This is a very good catalyst that has extremely high selectivity for the transformation of the CO2 to methanol, close to 90%. And in this case, what you actually can see is that how the indium oxide, how the ruthenium is changing as a function of temperature and a function of reaction conditions. So if you use time resolved X-ray diffraction, actually can monitor how the catalytic material is changing. And then in the X-ray diffraction, you can see what is the crystalline part of the material. If you use another technique like X-ray absorption fine structure, in this case, you actually can see the amorphous part of the material, how it's changing. So when combining with X-ray diffraction, we cover the crystalline part, and with X-ray absorption fine structure studies, we actually cover the amorphous part. So in this case, I'm going too fast. In this case, you actually can see what is the structure of the material. We also have tools like ambient pressure XPS and NEXAF that allow you to see what is the surface chemistry that's happening on top of the materials. And this is the case in which you are hydrogenating CO2 to hydrogen to a model model catalyst that have an interface between zinc oxide and copper. And you actually can identify what is the what kind of species do you make, like formate carbonates, during the synthesis of the transformation of the CO2 into the methanol. We design special cells and special reactors also that actually can take you to very high pressure like these ones over here. And that way we are actually able to mimic the conditions that you actually have in industrial processes. Another set of techniques that we use are the ones that are available at the Center for Functional Materials. This is a facility, have excellent tools for microscopy. We have environmental TN. This is, for example, shows a catalyst in which you have nanoparticles of cerium oxide here that you actually can see. The nanoparticles of cerium oxide supported on copper oxide. And in this case, we're using environmental TN. When you put this on the environment of CO2 and hydrogen to transform the CO2 into methanol, you actually can see that, for example, I can show you later on if you want to, you actually can see that this cerium nanoparticles actually spread out over the copper oxide, and then you make like a small layer of fine particles of cerium oxide on top of copper oxide, and that's the active phase of the material. We also use these tools like X-ray microscopy, beam limb, and that will be able to, that will allow us to characterize the structural properties of model system like this one over here, in which you have nanoparticles, cerium oxide dispersed on the 111 phase of coal oxide. And finally, at the Center for Functional Materials, our group also do theoretical calculations, and you actually can see here systems in which you have copper and gold that are deposited on a carbide, and then you actually can calculate what are the best absorption modes of the CO2 on these materials, and you can actually do pre-screening to actually do a combination between metals and oxide, metals and carbides, and see what are the materials that actually have a better chance to absorb and activate the CO2 for a given transformation. So what we have found over the last 10 years working on this type of material is that the structural, the electronic, and the chemical properties of metal oxide, metal catalysts usually change during the conversion of CO2. So you prepare the material, and people can use different methodologies for preparing the material, but the material that you have is not similar to whatever is under reaction condition once that you put the CO2 and the hydrogen and you go to high pressure and high temperatures. And for this type of systems, you really need to do in situ characterization, because you are going to optimize the performance of the catalyst in terms of conversion or in terms of selectivity. You need to know what is the composition of the reaction conditions. And to finish, I don't want to bother you anymore, but let me show you this example that actually illustrates the fact that you are actually changing the structural and the electronic properties of the material under reaction conditions. And in this case, we started with a catalyst in which you put ruthenium oxide on top of indium oxide. This catalyst, we were trying to get a very high conversion and a very high selectivity. And the typical selectivity that I have for copper zinc oxide, that is the industrial catalyst for CO2 to methanol, is around 40 to 50%. That's not very good. So if we put ruthenium oxide on top of indium oxide, we actually can push the selectivity to a minimum of 80 to 90% for the conversion of CO2 to methanol. This is the initial configuration that you have when you prepare the catalyst. You have ruthenium oxide on top of indium oxide. And what we expected was that this catalyst on the reaction condition, because you have a hydrogen-rich atmosphere, the ruthenium oxide was going to be reduced into metallic ruthenium, and the indium oxide was going to be partially reduced. But what actually happens is that on the reaction condition, you actually can follow the reaction using all these different techniques that I'm showing you over here, like environmental TN, X-ray absorption fine structure, X-ray diffraction, and ambient pressure XPS. What happened during the reaction condition is that the indium oxide is partially reduced, and small clusters of aggregates of indium oxide migrate, and they go on top of the ruthenium. So what you have in the active phase of the catalyst, what you have is a layer of ruthenium oxide and indium oxide that is on top of ruthenium nanoparticles. So if you want to optimize the performance of the catalyst, you actually have to go for this kind of configuration, and you have to understand that this is the configuration that you have. So another thing that we found by working with this type of in situ characterization is that most of the chemistry that you have on these systems is that actually determined by the indium oxide. And what you happen is that the indium oxide makes this nanostructure on top of the ruthenium. And is the chemistry of this nanostructure of indium oxide on top of the ruthenium are the ones that determine the conversion and the activity and selectivity that you have for the system. So you could replace the ruthenium for a cheaper material like copper, and you will have also this indium oxide on top of the copper, and the conversion will be made, and the selectivity will be similar to the one that you see over here, but copper is much cheaper than the case of ruthenium. Anyway, so the bottom line here is I want to give you the impression that if you are working with the transformation of CO2 or metal oxide or metal carbide interfaces, it is highly likely that the system that you are doing the transformation is going to change on the reaction conditions, and you have to characterize that in situ using different tools. And in Brookhaven National Laboratory, we have available different tools that you actually can use because they are supported, all the facilities are supported by the Department of Energy. And if you write a proposal, you can get bin time, and then you can do all these type of characterizations. Anyway, that's my presentation. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Great, thank you so much, Jose. And if anyone in the room has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Same thing with those online. Feel free to raise your hand or type your question or comment into the chat. Sounds like Joe has a question. Go ahead.
I always have a question. Jose, thank you for your presentation.
Oh, thank you for making a question, Joe.
We make a nanoparticle sized carbon product. We use it as a filler powder in plastics, composites, and tires, stuff like that. And I was wondering if your nanos are primarily metal based, but do you see any need?
No, we have nanos. We have nanos that go all the way. I mean, we have nanos for metal, and then we have nanos for metal carbides, for example. We have nanos also for carbon metal interfaces.
Yeah, I'm going to be kind of.
I'm asking if you are aware of any applications that we may not know of, where a carbon powder might be, of interest.
We have carbon, but the carbon that we use is carbon in metal carbide. So you have the carbon and the metal. We don't have the catalysts that we are characterizing are not technically they have carbon, but we may have carbon as a support. For example, we can put gold and copper on top of the carbon, but not the carbon alone. I mean, the nanoparticles of carbon, we don't use them for that transformation of CO2 to alcohols and things like that. That one probably will not, I don't think that they will actually work because you need the metal component to move it forward. The problem is that the reaction have different steps, and with the carbon, it will be able to catalyze some of the steps, but not the whole transformation of CO2 to an oxygenate or to an algae.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Jose. Not seeing any other questions. Oh, we do.
Thanks. Thanks, Alex. Jose, thank you so much for a very interesting talk and sharing results from the impressive characterization tools that you're using at Brookhaven. Appreciate it. This is Corey Phillips from Ira Company. By the way, Stafford Sheehan, our Chief Technology Officer, told me to tell you hello before I ask my questions.
Okay, thank you. Say hello to him also.
I will definitely let him know you said that. On the metal carbides, I know you didn't show much on the metal carbides, but I was interested in seeing, did you also see effects from surface carbon as well as bulk carbon when you looked at those?
Yes, what we have found in the case of the metal carbides, I mean, we found most people actually assume that all the active size of the metal carbide was the metal. But we found is that, for example, if you have carbon can bind CO2, and then you can hydrogenate the CO2 and you can start to transform the CO2 into different, depending on the ratio that you have between the carbon and the metal in the carbide, you can transform into alkanes, so you can go to oxygenase. And you actually can go nano, and you actually can go play with the ratio between the metal and the carbon. And that actually can give you different type of conversion and different type of selectivity depending on how you play with all of that. So carbides are systems that are quite interesting. I mean, people have mainly focused on the metal oxide interfaces. But what we are finding these days is that the metal carbide interface can be more interesting because you can see chemistry. The carbide by itself can be a very active catalyst for the transformation of CO2 to oxygenase or to alkanes or so. So you just have to play with the size of the material. I mean, you can go all the way from bulk to nano. And then depending on the synthesis, how you do the synthesis, you can have different ratios between the metal and the carbon in the material. And that actually allows you to tune selectivity and activity. So they are very interesting materials. I think that in the future, a lot of people probably will be using them.
Yeah, that's good. They're cheap also. And did
Yeah,
on the ruthenium catalyst, did you see a break in the size effect, the structure effect of the surface ruthenium as you went to a certain size? You saw a break in selectivity?
No, the problem that we have with the ruthenium catalyst is that we were looking for that break, but the problem that it happens with the ruthenium is that the whole ruthenium is covered by like a layer of indium oxide, and that what determines the whole chemistry is the layer of indium oxide. So at the end, the ruthenium is practically like a support of the indium oxide, and it's a waste of the ruthenium. So that's why I was saying that you could replace the ruthenium oxide from something material, a metal that is much cheaper like copper, and it will still work.
Okay.
But what determines the chemistry and the activity of these systems is mainly the indium oxide that is on, it migrates. Essentially, it's kind of funny because if you have bulk indium oxide, you don't see this type of that small nanoparticles. But if you put the metal, the metal gets covered by the indium oxide, and these small particles of nanoparticles of indium oxide, the ones that are highly active, highly selective for the conversion of CO2 to alcohols.
Oh, that's interesting. So the metal induces a wetting effect.
Yes, the metal induces the wetting effect, but the wetting is so, I mean, the amount of indium oxide that you have on top of the metal is so big. I mean, that practically the one that determines the activity and the selectivity is the indium oxide.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, one other question before I let you go. You also had some in silico work that you were doing as well. And there's a plan there to at least model some type of model
we are
system?
doing the modeling at the same time that with all the experiments, there's a group of 3 or 4 people that is doing the modeling. So once that we got the experimental setup, the experimental results, we just give it to the people that is doing the modeling, and they go ahead and do all the modeling with DFT and Kinetic Monte Carlo and all of that. And then you can compare trends in reactivity that are coming from theory and then for experiment. And it's very good because in essence, what we do is that the experiments validate the theoretical models, and you reach a point in which the theory actually can predict what kind of combination do you need to make this type of the chemistry much more effective. And we are doing that right now with the metal carbides, which is an area that is like, there's not that much in the literature. And you need to, before we go into the experiments, we need to do some theoretical model to see what the combinations of metals and carbons are the more relevant for the catalytic process. So we definitely have a very strong component in theory.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Any other questions for Jose? Not seeing any. Jose, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Invitation. It was a pleasure to talk.
Most definitely. One more round of applause. Next up to discuss the Connecticut Green Bank's activities in the region, we have David Beach, manager of the Clean Energy Finance team at Connecticut Green Bank. So just give us a second to switch over the presentations, and the floor will be yours.
Thank you. I'll get started a little bit. Yeah, I know we have like a 4:20 end time, so I'll try to be quick and exciting to end it off here.
Don't worry about it. That's a typo.
Fair. So we are a quasi-public state agency, but we're not really in the procurement game. So my talk is kind of about the financing that we do and how you could potentially get one of your projects financed. Though if, you know, Connecticut Department of Transportation should be buying carbon captured cement, maybe you can reach out to me. We can help start a conversation. I'll also mention that, you know, we only do work in the state of Connecticut, but there are multiple other green banks, including New York Green Bank, Rhode Island. I know there are about 10 or 15 now, along with a new national green bank in the Inflation Reduction Act, And I know the DOE Loan Programs Office kind of functions in a similar way. So if you think that our work kind of interests you, but you're not planning to do anything in Connecticut, definitely check out some of those. I'll try to be quick here. Kind of took our normal welcome to the Green Bank and tried to apply it for this audience. So a planet protected by the love of humanity is kind of our overarching mission, or how we think about our work. But our actual mission is to confront climate change by increasing and accelerating investment into Connecticut's green economy to create a more resilient, healthier, and equitable communities. So we were created in 2011 as the country's very first green bank. Very proud of the work we've done over the last 11 years, which has kind of been capped now by a national green bank. So obviously, us and others have shown that the green bank model can work, and so we're really excited to see what will come of $27 billion now at the federal level at a national green bank. A little bit more about us. Goals are strengthen Connecticut's communities, especially those vulnerable communities, by making the benefits of the green economy inclusive and accessible to all. And so kind of like the federal government, we've given ourselves a target of 40% of benefits going to vulnerable communities, just like the Biden administration's Justice 40 initiative. So thing to focus on here is our support. We are funded by a small 1/10 of a kilowatt, 1/10 of a cent per kilowatt hour surcharge on Connecticut ratepayers. That brings in around $25 million a year. We also get some funds from the Northeast Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative proceeds that the state receives. That's about $5 million a year. We also get some federal support, and we also issue green bonds and other bonds and notes to bring in private capital as well. So a little bit about what we do in the upper right there, home solutions. We've done a lot of incentives and work around residential solar, now residential energy storage. For buildings, we've done financing for energy efficiency retrofits and solar as well. Community solutions, we've worked with a lot of towns and the state government to help them reach their climate targets in Go Solar. And those investment solutions are the bonds and what we call Green Liberty Notes, which are a way for Connecticut residents and people across the country who want to benefit from the work we do, have a chance to invest as low as $100 and earn a return that's comparable or actually better than CD rates, while also being green bond certified. Here's a quick look at some of our impact. Won't go too much into it. We've done great things. We're proud of it. And we won Innovation in Government Awards from the Harvard Kennedy School a few years back. So this is an example of some of the projects we do, right? We're trying to find a way to finance clean energy projects that make our contractors money and save the end use customers money as well. Our green bank model, right? We use private capital, private sector disciplines for public sector goals. So we're not in the business of making grants, but we are trying to be an innovative bank in order to get some clean energy projects done. So you can see a few of the ways we kind of work. I won't go into all of them. Try to get to some of the more focused slide later on. Here's actually an interesting project which kind of can be related to maybe some folks here. We have what we call it our open RFP, which is for more bespoke projects that don't fit into our normal program categories of residential and commercial solar. And here's an example of one of the projects we did. This is the first food waste to energy anaerobic digester project in the state of Connecticut. This is a technology that had been proven, but oftentimes it's hard to get that first project done because commercial banks can be slow. And so we came in, we're able to be long-term subordinated debt for this project. And that was able to crowd in a private senior lender. They were able to get comfortable because of kind of our position here, and we were able to get this large food waste to energy project done in the state of Connecticut, something we're really proud of. So, like I said before, our open RFP for capital solutions is the way where a carbon conversion program could be funded by the Connecticut Green Bank. Some things to know, we are not an equity source. We just do debt financing. That also means we're not really taking technology or engineering risk. So if it's something, Jose is still working on at the national lab, it's probably not ready for us yet. So we're not, not the source of capital for maybe a proof of concept or demonstration program. But we know there's also that kind of middle ground where you've demonstrated the project, shown it can work, but large commercial lenders aren't really ready or aren't feel comfortable yet lending to a project, right? Those banks tend to move a bit slowly, often want to see 5 to 10 years of production data, all these things that are really hard for maybe a startup that has shown a proof of concept, but hasn't been able to really get those first couple of projects done. So that's kind of the role where we come in. So we try to be innovative, try to, bring in crowd and private capital. And we sometimes do that by maybe we can be the lender who does one of these first projects and show the private market that, hey, these projects make money, they make sense, you can get there on underwriting. Or potentially by sitting in a transaction in a subordinated position so that a private lender can potentially now get comfortable with the underwriting because we're able to go in there at a subordinated position and take on some of that risk that a larger commercial bank may be unwilling to take on. So if you're thinking about, trying to get that first project done and you want to get some debt for the project, because we know equity is scarce and you want to keep the most of your company, and it's also pretty expensive. Some things to think about. We like to see long-term contracts, steady stream of cash flow. So for that, boiler project up at Central Park, if they had something like a 10-year agreement with that masonry plant to buy the CO2 to put in cement, that is something that we'd love to see, and we can get comfortable lending to a project. So as much as you can, get some sort of long-term contract. If it's like a 45Q credit, then you don't have to have a long-term contract. We're obviously pretty comfortable with that. People are going to want to buy tax credits in the future. But anything you can get to have some sort of long-term contract is really great. Any sort of environmental verification, right? I know we like to see and have to see for our statutory requirements that any project is reducing carbon emissions. I'm sure that's something you're all probably working on, but that's something we'd have to see and get comfortable with. And we do a lot of project finance, so that includes step-in rights. So if you were to default, we want to be able to take over the project, step into those long-term contracts you have to be able to keep the project going if you go sour. So that's a bit of an explanation. And here's my contact info, and I'll be happy to answer questions if anyone has them.
Does your Connecticut base, does the project have to be based in Connecticut?
Yeah, so we are a quasi-public state agency of Connecticut. So
Because you mentioned Central Park, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I was just using the example from earlier today as what's something we can get comfortable with. For that anaerobic digester project, they had like a 20-year power purchase agreement with a utility. That's an example of some long-term contract where we could step into that contract. That's something we like to be comfortable with, and it's also something gives us a little bit more certainty, and that's going to be something that is going to help us to come in and provide debt to a project. But no, unfortunately,
And then
we're
you
just in
also mentioned
Connecticut.
45Q, and I didn't quite hear the comment.
Oh yeah, in again going with the concept of having some sort of long-term revenue stream that we can rely on. I was saying 45Q is kind of an exception, right? You may not have a long-term contract if you're relying on those tax credits, but we're confident that the federal government's going to continue to provide them. I know there's a direct pay
in other
option.
words, the point is that whoever it goes into the 45Q project is going to get tax credits, and you would look at that as a source of revenue.
Yeah, and it's one where, if you're just starting to maybe sell a cleaning project and you don't have customers yet, that's maybe something where we're not super comfortable. But if you're getting tax credits that you can sell to another entity,
That's good.
where we know that market's probably not going to dry up. People like to buy tax credits, or if you get direct pay, that's obviously great too.
Okay, great. Anybody else?
David, I have a question for you. So does the project have to be in Connecticut, where it could be like a New York based company that has a project in Connecticut? Would
Yeah.
they receive financing? or
Absolutely, yeah. You don't have to be based in Connecticut. I think the project has to be in Connecticut.
Okay. So if it's a
Yeah.
Connecticut project in New York, then they're SOL in this case.
A Connecticut company doing a project in New York,
Correct.
I would tell them to go to a New York bank.
Okay.
But yeah, not for us. If you are like, we've done some like facilities for people who doing a bunch of like energy retrofits for companies, and most of their portfolios in Connecticut, but they had some outside. Those we can sometimes swing, but because we're getting public money from the state of Connecticut, our job is to accelerate clean energy in Connecticut specifically.
Okay. And does that include public entities as well, or do you provide financing only to private entities?
Yeah, we only provide financing to private entities, though we work with this. We worked with the state and municipal governments to help them get solar and other things like that. And so maybe there's potentially a role for us to play in helping them maybe procure products. But yeah, our financing is really just for the private sector.
Okay, got it.
David, you mentioned that you hadn't funded a conversion type of project before. What cues are you getting from your sources of funding? Like you mentioned some uncomfort that folks could have. One with respect to like time on stream for how long people are operating. That's more of a traditional risk barrier. But are you getting any other cues that you can comment on with respect to risk tolerance from the conversion standpoint?
Yeah, you know, we really haven't had many folks come to us on this type of stuff, so we haven't really gotten comfortable. I'm really only going to talk kind of generally about some of the things. Yeah, we're more risk tolerant than maybe a regular commercial bank, but we still want to see that the technology works and that we feel confident that there's a market to sell it going forward. And so that's why I kind of talked about the long-term contracts, right? If we're confident there's going to be a market, then maybe that's not something we require as much, but want to have some confidence that you're going to be able to sell your product.
So demonstrated market presence and
yeah.
Gotcha. Good, thanks.
Thank you.
So I have just a quick comment to piggyback off of what he just said. So for these new conversion or emerging technologies, you don't have really like a minimum long-term, say contract year, like maybe 5 or 10 years. You don't have that yet because it's not anything developed yet, is what I understood. They just have to demonstrate some type of market sustainability.
Yeah, you're talking like long term?
Yeah, because you meant on your open RFP, you show long-term contract and stuff. So for these emerging technologies and carbon conversion, would you make an exception to what is defined by your bank as long-term?
Yeah, I think it'd be specific. It doesn't have to be 20 years. It depends on a lot of project specifics. I think we'd be able to do something like 5 or 10 years.
Okay.
But oftentimes, we want, if you had a 5-year contract, we wouldn't want to, have a loan term longer than 5 years. Just because that's like the revenue stream we can fall back on.
Okay.
So we kind of can go up to where we're comfortable. That makes sense.
Okay, yes,
In terms of like loan term up to the date we're
based on the contract.
Yeah.
And do you have any funding floors or minimums that you need to meet for financing?
No, not really. I mean, we do, probably for this crowd, I guess probably the concern most is probably funding ceilings, right? We only bring in $30 million a year, so tend not to really finance much over about $10 million in a transaction. I know maybe folks like New York Green Bank have a little more capital, or if you're a really big project, maybe the loan program office is more for you. But no, I mean, we've done we did a smaller anaerobic digester, and I think we funded like $500,000 or $800,000. And we do, some solar projects for 100,000. So we're pretty comfortable doing some of the smaller scale stuff. So, which is different than I think a lot of commercial banks who are, $1 million or maybe above is their minimum.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfect for this space, because carbon utilization space, I think, is full of startups looking for those kind of smaller amounts to get started. So I think that's really good to hear. You mentioned New York Green Bank, and we have Rio here from New York Green Bank. I just wanted to give you the opportunity, Rio. Is there any approach that's drastically different on your end versus on David's end? Just wanted to give you the opportunity to highlight any differences of yours.
Yeah, thank you, Alex, and thank you, David. I'd say our approach is pretty consistent. We also, really have a mandate of trying to transform the market and crowding in the market with these sustainable infrastructure and clean energy technologies. And the biggest difference is that we want to see greenhouse gas emission reductions in New York State. And I think our transactions can be a little bit larger, but yeah, in general, New York Green Bank has also not historically funded carbon conversion technologies yet. But I think, along with our missions of market transformation and, really wanting to see greenhouse gas emission reductions in the state, I think this would be a really interesting area to start conversations in, and we'd really be open to these opportunities.
Great, thank you. One last question, really for the both of you. And David, you weren't able to make it this morning, but part of the conversation was around societal considerations, community engagement, environmental justice. Do either of your green banks kind of have any sort of requirements that are related to any of those topics of community engagement, EJ?
Yeah, like I said, we have target by 2025 to have 40% of benefits for vulnerable communities. And part of our mission is not only do we want to accelerate the clean energy transition, but we want to make sure the benefits are accessible to all. So certainly that's an important lens we see things through.
You're right, you did say that. So apologies.
No worries.
With that, does anyone else have any questions, comments? All right, perfect. If we could give Dave one more round of applause. And now we're going to move to our final presentation of the day to discuss LCLA and proposed CDR procurement bills. We have Chris Netl, co-founder of the Open Air Collective. Christopher is online and we can see you, and we should stop sharing our screen so you can share yours.
Great. Give me 1 second here. All right, let me get to the proper slide. Thanks so much for having me today. I know it's the end of the day, so I'll keep this brief and hopefully a little bit light on detail so everybody can get home after, I'm sure, it was a really packed schedule. But what I wanted to do is just give a bit of an overview of some of the policies that are relevant to the subject today that have been produced by the open air community using a model of policy development and activism that we call network activism. And a lot of this is relevant to state level legislation that we've produced in New York, but in other states in the United States as well as overseas. So I thought I would just spend a minute to lay out a couple of concepts. Again, some background on open air. I'll post the link in the chat. We're entirely a volunteer-driven community with now members all over the world, over 1,000 members. And we primarily do our work and convene on Discord, which is a platform not unlike Slack, so a virtual operation entirely. Some of the big concepts behind the development of our policy and our approach that I'll just set the stage before I just give you an overview of some of these pieces of legislation that we've introduced. A key thing that we try to do at Open Air is to try to really tap into the enormous amount of capability that is just in the general public to directly contribute to policy development and advocacy. And we draw a lot of our model from open source models and pure production models that originated really with software development and citizen science. And this is sort of a famous quote from that world: given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. And we believe that in our approach to policy development, if we can involve a lot of people, not just in the advocacy stage, but as well as coming up with novel policy ideas that we can then introduce in legislation at the subnational and national level, that's really our MO. A term that sometimes is used to describe this kind of production, this sort of distributed volunteer-based production, is peer production. And so it's a way of making things that really relies on self-organizing communities and individuals rather than formal organizations. And again, as I said, we operate as a network that's entirely virtual with members and small chapters in areas throughout the world. We got started in New York State, actually, so a large share of our membership is located in the New York State region. And again, it's all entirely driven by volunteers. Now, open source and peer production are more strongly associated with other domains, very far from carbon utilization, let alone activism. Certainly, we're all familiar with free and open source software that we use every day. We're all familiar with things like Wikipedia, where you have distributed content development. We try to apply the same types of engines that produce these types of products in these domains to policy development. And we operate in a very similar way. We have small groups of people in different states that step up, identify policy needs related to carbon dioxide removal or circular carbon more generally. And then through a method that we've developed for research and development over a period of 4 to 6 weeks, develop policies. And we actually have enough lawyers and wonks within our community that we actually draft our own legislation before trying to get it introduced wherever it is that we're operating. And a key part of our method is not just to develop policy, but to spread it. So if we instantiate a novel piece of legislation, let's say in New York State, if we have members in other states or in other parts of the world, we try to make that policy go viral. So can we take that and then adapt it to other contexts and get it introduced? And that's been a big part of our story over the last few years. And the other thing we try to do, acknowledging what the experience has been in the world where I came from previously in solar for 15 years, we know that policy is critical, obviously, to accelerating any progress that we're going to get to commercialization or scale. But a really important part is the rate at which good policy is sort of communicated or inspires policy in other areas through spillover. And we try to accelerate the rate of spillover by having our activists all over the world and their networks be in constant conversation with each other. So if we're developing a bill in New York and we have members that are in Spain who think that something's interesting about that, can we keep those conversations going so that we can potentially inspire policy developments wherever opportunities are present themselves? And the open part of our name, open air, is again based on our open source principles. And we've actually now gotten into the habit of taking the bills that we develop and posting them on GitHub, which is the world's largest repository for open source software. It's actually an awesome platform for putting legislation as well. It allows people to take a look at it, copy it, make suggestions. And so we are, again, truly applying open source principles to the policy domain for carbon dioxide removal. So what's come of this over the last almost 3 years of our activity? We've introduced a number of pieces of legislation that have been generated by our members. And the vast majority of these do focus on creating demand or demand support for carbon dioxide removal or carbon tech more generally. This is a critical decade for CDR and for carbon tech. We need to be deploying units as much as possible and really bringing the cost down. So early government demand support is critical, whether it's in the form of procurement or advanced market commitments or other forms of incentives. That has to take place right now in order to get CDR to a position of takeoff. And so I'm just going to feature some of them. We do have other bills, particularly in Europe, that have matured. But just to give you a quick snapshot of the portfolio of legislation that have been developed by our community that relate to the subject. We have 4 of them that I'll feature today. The Low Embodied Carbon Concrete Leadership Act, or LCLA, was the first bill that was produced by our community initially in New York a few years ago. The Carbon Dioxide Removal Leadership Act is a CDR procurement policy that's developed for states, initially also introduced in New York as legislation. A municipal policy called the Carbon City Property Tax Abatement Act. This is a basically a property tax abatement in New York City for building integrated carbon tech. And then just to give you an example of another policy in Europe, which is really exciting, which is beginning to spread over there, is the Luxembourg negative emissions tariff, which is a payment scheme for negative emissions technologies, roughly based actually on the renewable energy feed-in tariff, which was obviously so instrumental in Germany and in other European states in driving down the cost of solar and wind globally. So just a quick thumbnail sketch of each of these bills and where they are currently. LCLA, as I mentioned, was the first bill that we initially got introduced in New York State. This is really looking at the opportunity. The public sector is about 40% of all the purchases of concrete, and really the main governing factor for standards and specifications. So if you can influence government decisions around purchasing of low carbon concrete, that can have not only a huge impact, just given the volume of concrete that states buy and local governments as well, but it can have a real ripple effect actually more broadly into the private sector. So what this bill did is it basically proposed, there's different versions of it, a bid preference for state projects for bids that are able to demonstrate through environmental product declarations that they have superior global warming potential scores vis-a-vis a baseline set by the state, or you can offer cash or tax credit bonuses for ready-mix producers at the end of a project if they're able to demonstrate with an EPD that they exceed the requirements of the baseline set by the state. We also, as part of this, is what led Open Air to it in the New York bill and in the New Jersey version of it, there was this particular preference for carbon utilization in concrete, which we see as a really exciting opportunity. As I said, this bill started in New York. A version of it passed and was signed into law by Governor Hochul early on this year. In New Jersey, an even more robust version of the bill passed unanimously, or I think one vote nay, in New Jersey in the Senate a couple months ago. We're just hopefully a few weeks away from an assembly vote. Feel very good about that. And then other versions of this bill are now introduced in Massachusetts, Illinois, and a very skinny version of it passed in Virginia actually last year as well, more of a study bill. And then I'll post this in the link as well. The sort of substance of the various forms of LCLA are captured in a design guide that I co-authored for the Natural Resources Defense Council that kind of lays out the different elements of those policies. I'll share that. Then we have the CDRLA, which we sometimes call Stripe for states. Those of you who are familiar with what Stripe is doing and now the Frontier Coalition, this is an advanced market commitment model where they're basically they're the early buyers of innovative forms of CDR, and their goal is to really try to stand up this market by standing in and being an early adopter. We think states can do this on a massive level. And so we sort of took that model with some pretty significant tweaks, but created basically a standards-based CDR program. So it's tech agnostic, but it selects for CDR that has to have a certain minimum amount of durability requirements, additionality. It also scores for co-benefits, very stringent do no harm standards as well. That was introduced in both chambers of the New York State Assembly last year. We'll be fighting for it again this year as well. But it's also now by January 1st, we have sponsors in 3 other states actually. So we expect at least 4, if not 6 versions of the CDRLA bill in different states by Jan 1, the beginning of next year's session. And this also is partially inspiration for the Federal Carbon Dioxide Removal Leadership Act, which has also been introduced in the House and the Senate. And we have members all over the country engaged in citizen lobbying, trying to lock up co-sponsors for that bill. Very proud of this bill. I see Sal Brzezowski is on, I believe is in the audience as well, who was involved in some work around this. This is a municipal property tax abatement bill that would cover up to 20% of the installed cost of building integrated carbon tech. So that's things like Carbon Quest technology or building integrated DAC or CO2 utilization hardware on site, like what air capture's technology would be, our air company's technology would be eligible for this as well. And this follows in the formula of what New York City has done for solar, green roofs, and batteries. These were legislative efforts I was involved in an earlier part of my life. And it's meant to offset some of the upfront costs for carbon tech in New York City. That was introduced in both chambers, did not pass last year, but will be given another go with this session. And then finally, this is a really exciting policy again, because I think it could spread potentially in the United States, but certainly in Europe. This is basically, those of you who are familiar with the feed-in tariff in Europe, where you get paid to put electrons on the grid from solar, wind, and other renewable sources. We think certain core elements of that, long-term contracts, can be applied actually to distributed forms of CDR as well. And so this bill was actually just drafted by a parliamentarian in Luxembourg and is going to be introduced probably during COP27 in November. But we already have a group of activists on the ground in Berlin that are tailoring this as well to apply it as a municipal or regional policy in Germany as well. And again, we think that this has real potential reach within Europe, where feed-in tariff constructs have been widely applied over the last 2 decades. So with that, hopefully that answered some questions. Please do visit us at openaircollective.cc, entirely a member-based organization. So you can join us there, jump into the community and add your expertise in energy. And with that, I will take questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you so much, Christopher. We'll give you a round of applause here. And we do have a couple questions in the room. So just one second.
Thanks very much. It was a great presentation. Well, you're always learning new things at these meetings. What is low carbon concrete?
Yeah,
Can you
exactly.
explain what that process is?
Yeah, for sure. It means many things. It really means, coming at concrete from a solar guy, I wasn't expected to be, intellectually captivated by concrete, but man, it is a fascinating material. The industry, the way it's structured, the way it's made, how indispensable and irreplaceable it is as a material. I've become a big fan. But there's many different ways. When you talk about concrete, the largest emissions factor is the use of Portland cement, the binding agency. It's usually, depending on the application, 10, 15, 20, 25% of the overall mass of concrete, but it's about 90% of emissions. It's one of the most, difficult to abate. 7% of global emissions come from cement, very difficult to replace. So low carbon concrete is anything that lowers emissions. And that often means displacing or substituting standard volumes of Portland cement with other, supplementary cementitious materials like ground glass pozzolan or slag or fly ash, or there's a number of them. Optimized forms of aggregate grading, and more interesting new technologies like the utilization of carbon from industrial sources or ultimately from the air in concrete. You can absorb an enormous amount of carbon in concrete. So if we can start putting that in the material that is the most commonly used building material in the world, that can start creating a really, really important market, we think, for carbon capture and carbon removal technologies.
That can include actually using CO2 as
Yeah.
a strengthening agent. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and then CO2 utilization often has double whammy. It's the CO2 itself and sequestering that and immobilizing it, but also making a better concrete and displacing Portland cement. So there's a couple factors to CO2 utilization in concrete. And the key is, I should say, is that you got to measure that with something. So we look at like GWP, the global warming potential metric, in environmental product declarations. We want to have a policy that's broad enough that it incentivizes anything that can be used to lower that GWP number and not be prescriptive, because we don't want to lock into a limited number of solutions today when we expect there's going to be a lot more innovation commercialized over the next few years. So we want a policy that actually helps accelerate the rate of innovation by creating incentives for it.
Great, thank you. I've got a question for you. Once DOE's procurement grant program is finalized, how easy will it be for us to have that or not the collective us, because I'm not from DOE, how easy would it be for us to have that included in that NRDC report?
Is this for the, sorry, I might have missed the early part of it, for the state DOT or for federal DOT?
For the
Federal
Department
DOT.
of
You're the host.
Energy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're very excited about, one of the things that we should stress, and we include reference to it in the guide, is that the dynamic linkages obviously between the Fed and states, how much of the investments that are made with the federal highway and block grants, flow down to states. And we're really, really excited. Love to have a conversation with you about this. As these grant programs happen, it would be interesting to make certain levels of grants conditional upon certain actions that state has to take that are along the lines of some of the things that we include in the guide, performance-based specifications and, the ability to do accelerated review of novel materials. offering incentives for top performers. You know, if the state could signal that through a legislative or executive action, if that could be, you know, could unlock certain levels of funding for the DOT, I think that'd be an incredibly powerful combination. But we're watching what's happening at the federal level very closely, and absolutely will be cheerleading for it, both at Open Air and at NRDC, where I work as a policy consultant, and we'll be happy to include it in future versions of the guide.
Perfect. One more question for you. Kind of, how do you all QA, QC this open source policy making process? Like, how do you prevent just, you know, poor policy being developed, or someone trying to water down what the ultimate goal is?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things to it. This has to do with the sort of remarkable counterintuitive nature of peer production and open source. You know, if 30 years ago someone was to say you get a bunch of volunteers together to produce some of the most essential forms of software that run on everybody's computer in the world, that routinely outcompete and outperform and evolve faster than things that are produced in a closed way through the private sector, we'd say you're crazy. And what we found out is that same magic can be leveraged when you're talking about policy development. And we sort of start with demystifying policy. You know, you can bring together smart, motivated people from diverse backgrounds to do research in a systematic way, talk to subject experts, talk to other people who've developed bills within our community, and produce really novel legislation. And we think, in fact, by involving a number of passionate outsiders who are willing to put in the work, that can be a source of novel ideas that sometimes might not be really easily conceived or within the possibility horizon of sort of insiders or policy experts. And so in the writing of it, but then it's a marketplace of ideas. You know, if we can introduce a bill and then it gets accepted by sponsors and make really, really good arguments from the same sources that our development research was rooted in, we can be really, really effective. And what we do is we don't just develop the bill, get it introduced, then we mobilize. We have a citizen lobbying model. So our members or constituents that'll be, you know, spread throughout a state, and they'll be highly informed, and they'll be engaging with their legislators as well as with folks within agencies, if relevant, as well as building coalitions of support among other organizations. So we think you can get a high level of quality actually from open source participatory models that would surprise a lot of people, but I can tell you it's true. And part of the fact that our bills spread is, I think, another indicator of their quality.
Awesome. It's a really cool concept. So thank you for presenting it to us. Any other questions, comments? Opening the floor to those in the audience as well as online. Well, with that, Chris, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time for this.
Thank you for having me.
And with that, we are pretty much at the end of the day. We technically have 15 more minutes. I'm not going to try and fill that, but I do want to give you all the opportunity if there are any final comments, questions, concerns. Again, you know, this is a information gathering exercise on behalf of DOE. So, you know, if anyone thought of one last thing that they want to make sure DOE knows. I'm not hearing or seeing anything. So just want to say thank you all for joining us. I know it's been a long day, but I hope it's been a fruitful day for you. I know it has been for myself. Want to thank all of our speakers. Thank you to Peter Connors and his team at ORIC here for hosting us. Thank you to my colleague Michelle for helping us out with registration and all that good stuff. Our note takers from Battelle, thank you guys. Our final session or final workshop of this regional series will be on October 18th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If anyone wants to join us there, you're more than welcome. First half of the day will be pretty similar to today. Second half will be that more kind of regional focus. So it should be different and still valuable for everyone. Again, please help us spread the word. to your state, local government officials, public utility contacts. Just to reiterate, I think DOE is going to have about $310 million to put into this program. So a decent amount of money that will be open. Michelle will be in the Renaissance, correct, in Minneapolis. So we'll be at the Renaissance downtown. Again, presentations and the recording of today, minus our kind of breakout session discussions, will be posted to the event page, usca.org/events. Give us till probably the end of the week to do that. But those will be out pretty quickly. And with that, thank you again for joining us. Aaron, did you have any last words you'd like to say?
No, thank everyone again for participating. And if you still have any other comments or anything, just send an email to Alex, Dr. Joe Stouffer, Technology Manager from Netl, myself, or Michi Claros. So those who are unable to participate can also send feedback via that way also. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks all. Have a good one.